I'm at Grace Church Road. I went to Waynesboro to bring this man down to this address, and now he's trying to force his way into a house. I'm afraid to move my vehicle. They're fighting in there.
It's inside the house now?
Yeah.
You have your doors locked?
It's open. I'm in a van.
You need to make yourself safe, okay? Even if you've got to drive away from there to get away from him and close that and lock that door. Do that for me now, please.
Okay, wait a minute.
Okay, hey guys. Adam, just so you know that Adam is his order for his food is coming, so that's why if he's taking a few little minutes longer than that, but he'll be joining us soon enough. Anyways, thank you for joining us again. We obviously did a live not too long ago about the 6-year-old, and so yeah, very heartbreaking story there. We'll talk about it a little bit again tonight on the live. We want to do a few things, and then one is to start off the show. We're going to probably show another one of the Dunham's criminals out there. Adam had sent me the thing. It was quite funny, to be honest with you. Hey, Joe Moser, but let's say hi. So there's Adam's in the house. Well, he's in the house, but he's eating, or just about getting ready to eat. Austin's in the house. Wanda from Missouri's in the house. Hey, Mary Flynn. I already said Wanda from Missouri. Repeating myself there. Hey, Rose, how are you? Mom 23 Kitties is in the house. Hey, Ray, welcome back, you guys. So yeah, we covered that one just a little earlier. Hey, there's some true crime happening outside. I can hear the sirens. Hey, Queen Olive, how are you? Streamlabs obviously is in the house, so be good, and then please hit the like button if you don't mind. That really does help out with the algorithm and helps bring awareness. Hi, D. Ashley, how are you? Thank you very much. Yeah, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. Well, there's an hour, I think, time limit on it for subscribers. Mary Flynn, we said that. PJ. Hey, PJ. Second Chance. Hello from Alabama. Jen Kramer, how are you? My first live with y'all. Well, welcome, Jen Kramer. Not sure what case you follow, if it's the Idaho one or Delphi or both or more. Doing good. Thank you so much. Okay. Hi, Humi. How are you? Yeah. Hey, Sharon Parker. Where you guys all from? Put that in the as I'm gonna pull up the thing for a second. Type where you guys are all from again, just so you guys, for all those new people out there as well. Again, welcome to any new subscribers that join us. I know we've gone up 100 and so in the last few days, so there are new subscribers following us probably for more of the Idaho. We do cover Delphi, especially as well, but Delphi's been on a little bit of a lull, so put ourselves out there for the other ones that are going on as well. Delphi originally, but y'all have got me follow a few others. Yeah, because there's some really good cases out there, and I'm not gonna lie, covering one case extensively is very exhausting. But now that they have somebody obviously that's been arrested for Delphi, and now it's just a gag order on and stuff like that. But we would like to cover more different cases as well. Beauty by KK. There you go. Hi, Beauty by KK. And Shelly Bray's in the house. Frankfurt, right? Frankfurt. Howdy ho, Frankfurt. Yeah, Seattle, Arizona. Indiana. Now Utah. Celebrate. Just going down the thing. So yeah, so we got like the 4 things we'll talk about. I do want to go through the Nancy Grace podcast as well tonight on tonight's live. I thought it was very interesting as I was listening to it. Um, do yeah, I know. I love your channel. I always have it on the background playing it while I do stuff at the house and drive to work. Yeah, thank you so much. Um, it really is heartwarming when I do see those comments. That you know when people say like, "Hey, I really like coming to your channel," listening to you guys. I mean, we kind of try to keep it, like chill in here, and not stuffy and whatever. You can laugh, joke around, whatever, just like we will always do up here. Because true crime is very heavy on the heart, very heavy on the soul, and you need to have the balance of different things going on. So we never really have anything set, like some shows you watch and they're very structured and this and that. That's not the way I roll. It will never be. Well, maybe. I doubt it. Um, what for? Takes all kinds in this world to do things, and that's what makes it interesting. Like I cannot listen to a podcast that literally is just mundane, flat. I have. They just usually put me to sleep. I'm a fun type of person, so I like a little bit more livelier ones. Mm-mm. Call me crazy. Some do. Anyways, I'm not though. Far from it, to be honest. Well, maybe a little. Crazy in love with my husband. Crazy in love with people. For the most part, not everybody. Not everybody deserves. Some people. Some people I really just don't like. Um, so this one right here. Thank you guys. Well, welcome again to the live. We're gonna cover Delphi a little bit. Um, Probably it's gonna be mainly Idaho, and then we're gonna on the Bryan Walsh one that's going on, and then we'll talk a bit about the 6-year-old. Um, that one's really sad. Just sorry, let me just trying to get my little ducks in a row here. Sorry, I got about. I think I only got about 11 tabs open right now. Just getting myself situated just a bit. Okay. There we go. Sorry. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna beat my mouse in a second. Okay. So, um, uh, we don't like me? Yeah, we don't like mean people. Certainly don't. Don't like mean people. I think that's as big as it's gonna get. Anyways, so Indiana man arrested for asking business if he left his meth there. Madison, Indiana. A man was arrested in Madison, Indiana after police said he left meth at a business and then came back to ask if anyone had found it. There's the idiot right there. Um, so we'll put that into, you know, one of the world's dumbest criminals. Look at that look. It's like, you got my mouth? Oh, that's funny. Oh, my Streamlabs. I don't know why. Maybe I'm doing it wrong because it must be the way it's set up. I don't know. I just play around with things and I don't know. Anyways, if you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. And you know what? That's yeah. I know there's always those kind out there, right? Excuse me. Did I leave my meth behind? You know, could I? Did you see a little baggie somewhere? Hmm. Anyways, that was pretty funny. Um. Okay, so let's quickly go on about or talk about. Let me just see here. Bring that back up again. So earlier we did a live, and it was based around the 6-year-old school teacher. Whoops, come on, where are you? This one right here. Is that the one? Okay. Well, we'll watch this one for a second again for anyone that didn't see it. So basically, the gist of this story is that a 6-year-old had gone to school, obviously, and took a gun with him, put it in his knapsack. Something about that an argument broke out. Now, this happened on Friday, and that he ended up shot his teacher and shot her in the hand, and then it went through into the chest. Now, she was in critical condition, they had said originally, but now she's in stable condition and she's talking. So bless. Um, that was sure what a special blanket you got, Sunny. Yeah, yeah. Callie got me that blanket, the Abby and Libby blanket from the merch site. Again, if you guys see the merch site, go check it out. There's multiple different things on there to look at. 50% of the proceeds of the Abby and Libby line do go to the memorial park for Abby and Libby. Other than that, there's the It's a Crime and Shame merchandise on there. And then there's just regular merchandise. It's not specific just to true crime. It's just the merch. I like creating. If anyone is new to the channel, I love creating. I create videos. I create merch. I just like creating. So I like my two things in life that I'm really kind of good at is people and caring about people, listening to people, and reading people in a sense. And when I say reading people, I'm just talking about intuitively. I've always been able to grasp, people and who they are as a person pretty much right away. It's just one of those instinct things that some people have, and some people, are pretty astute. So I'm just what I call a truthologist. I don't like to be bullshitted, and I don't like to be bullshitted too. I don't like to bullshit people. I just like to be me, be who I am, and try to be as honest and transparent. Not try to be as honest and transparent, and but still hold your morals and your dignity to my levels of standard, about people. And because I care deeply about people, and in my life, I respect people unless I'm disrespected by them. I have no patience for people that disrespect me and others, or want to get snitty and snarky and cruel and mean. I don't have the time of day for those people. I'm too old for that type of stuff. So it's like the people that come in here, we like to keep it nice and light and fun and classy, and everyone has the right to their opinions. But don't attack you. Don't start attacking each other. But this chat is very well mannered. The odd little things come up now and again, but anyone that does know this channel knows that if you create issues, you're just going to get blocked, and you can go create another account, and if you cause issues again, you're going to get blocked again. Just don't put up with that. We don't have time for that. We're here to talk about more important things than people that are trolls or people that want to be ignorant and rude. If you have an anger issue or whatever, like I said, don't bother to be in this channel because we just don't put up with it here. The only unless of course Adam. Sometimes Adam gets irritable. That I stick a little bottle in his mouth. No, just kidding. Sharon, I'm praying I win the Mega Million. Oh, okay. Is that no? Callie. I think when she said the word Sharon, I'm praying I think she meant the word we, me as in me and her. I do wear my heart on my sleeve, and it will go from 0 to 100. It will. It will sometimes, absolutely. Yep. Yeah. I honestly don't really take things seriously. I'll block you if you're ignorant and whatever, because I don't have the time of day for that. But I really don't take things to heart from the internet. Every now and again, you have your little day sometimes where you just get tired of people being insulting and ignorant and rude, and you get tired of the backstabbing and the two-faced people and the two-faced channels and stuff like that. Sometimes it gets old, but for the most part, I'm just like, whatever, you know. Uh, when you gotta always be careful about who your friends are. That's for sure. Um, that's why it takes for me long. I don't trust people very easily at all. I have to see your true intentions if I see that you're a true person, like Callie, you know, um, just a great heart, beautiful person, same with Sharon up there. Um, it's just easy to see, but especially Callie. Callie, I talked to her a lot behind the scenes as well. Just a really good person. I mean, Callie literally sent me stuff for Christmas. Um, and like some just this whole goodie bag full of a soap bar and some bath bombs and Blaine's little notebook and some lip gloss. Okay, so we kind of are known a little bit for the lip glossing on this channel. um and I think it started with Adam glossing one day, and I was like, hey, I got some gloss. Then Dad was like, hey, I got some gloss too. And then so we became known as the glossing. But Callie bought me some lip gloss. It's a Hello Kitty one, and she bought me some other stuff too. There's another lip gloss. So anyone that Callie actually picked me out. Like if anyone does know me as a person, I'm kind of like a big kid, like so I am like like those like fun big lip smackers or fun bath bomby you know orange spray stuff, whatever face stuff, type of person. So she did a really good job. I thought, I was like, Kelly actually picked stuff out like as if, the stuff that I actually do like in life. Hey, Misha.
Hey, so yeah, I would like to mention again, I received no lip gloss.
Oh, is that why you wanted to butt in?
Oh, no, I just, it's so annoying. I just ran down to get my order. I apologize for everyone. Like I told Sunny I was going to run down and get something I'd ordered. My building's like Fort Knox, so good luck anyone trying to get in or find me.
Yeah, I know.
I could probably give you the code, and you could still probably have trouble getting in past everything.
Yeah.
So it always takes a minute for people to figure it out.
Well, let me go. You eat because your food just came, right?
I didn't say I ordered food. No, I had a grocery. It was a grocery delivery that I had scheduled earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Well, that's food though, right?
So it will be food eventually. It's just not ready to eat food.
Me too.
Unless you consider like a jar of like dill pickles that I ordered.
I've ignored. I don't usually talk. Yeah, I mean sometimes it's best, and Facebook groups are not the place to be.
Did we have someone rude? Is that what? Because no. I walked in and I heard something about.
No. We were just talking about it. L'Oreal Rose Lip Pink Gloss is my jam.
Yeah.
Mom 23. This chat's pretty much respectful. Sometimes it gets a little heated now and again, very little. But again, we're not.
It's still respectful.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's a couple times that it gets a little, but that's why I made the keep calm one. So anyone, if you're not a member, please consider becoming a member. It's $1.99 a month to join, and there you go. And you can have access to the Facebook group, the private Facebook group. Anyways, it's $1.99 a month if you want to help support the channel and whatever. And then you can use those emojis. I made some new ones. Again, this one. Let's see here. This one. And what's the other one? I left this one up for... you'll see them in a second. And where's the other one? Come on. Where are you?
Callie, the only lip gloss I have right now is like this one that turns my lips blue and sparkly and white. So
yeah, Callie, I think
I need to order something.
I think he's whining.
No, I'm not. No, Callie gave me a very nice Christmas gift.
Did she? Well, I'm not there, so obviously not.
Sonny, you're my Valentine's Day gift. You know that,
right?
And my gift 362 days of the year. Mm-hmm. There are 3 days of the year. I'm like, but.
Yeah. Well, let me just play this clip again, and then we'll just quickly talk about that. This is about the 6-year-old that we watched earlier. So we'll just do that quickly, you guys. It's only a minute long, this one. Wait, we want it big. I guess that is the biggest. We'll do it this way.
So bad. Why is it so bad? Why is there a 7-year-old with a bloody gun?
This was not an accidental shooting. The individual is a 6-year-old student. He is right now in police custody as we're working at the best way to our partners and different resources to address that situation.
You've got a beautiful country, you've got beautiful people, but what's the problem? Guns. How does a 7-year-old have a gun? That's what I'm pissed off with. I'm only here because my husband's in the military, or otherwise I would not have chosen to come to this country.
Thank you, ma'am.
So yeah, a little bit heated there. That's whoops. Hold on. What happened? What did I do? Clicked on something for a second. Did something weird. But anyways, Misha has it correct. But you have to learn to spell the name right. Sunny. Then I'll believe you. Okay.
I know. For my phone still sometimes autocorrects. It's either to SONNY,
Yeah.
never to SUNNI. So Misha's autocorrect is more exotic than mine.
Dude, I'm formerly from Wakefield at Mary. Oh,
Sonny, you had like a disco ball going around you there for a minute, and now you have an aura.
Oh, thank you. Well, I do have an aura.
Yeah.
I got wings behind me too, but you guys just don't see them. It matches my my devil ears as well. But anyway.
I was just going to say, I've got horns, but
yeah, no. Adam's innocent compared. No, maybe not. I'd say he's innocent compared to me, but no. He's probably got more of the horns. Yeah, right. You know, it's always the outspoken ones that are people always think are the ones with the horns to them, and it's always the shyer, quiet. Even though you're not shy and quiet, it's always the shy and quiet ones that are really the ones with the horns.
I was getting ready to say.
Yeah.
Two words I've never been described as.
Yeah. So I will never be anti-gun, so I hope this isn't going that way.
No.
We need more good guys with guns and less slugs and shitty parents and that leave the stolen guns bellying around. Well, we're just going to, like I said, talk about this story for a second, Misha. And I mean, at the end of the day, the parents are obviously responsible of why this child, this parent or parents, I believe I heard parents, but not sure. But either way, they're responsible for exactly why this happened.
Right.
And so the child was obviously able to have access to this gun, which in turn he put in his knapsack, took to school. According to Deb earlier, he had taken bullets earlier that week. I'm not really fully sure on that part of the story. Either way, there was some sort of argument, and he pulled out the gun on his teacher, shot her, went through the hand and then into her chest. And she's 25 years old. Her name is Abby Zwerner. Let me say that right. And it's just something that could absolutely have been prevented. And it's just a sad. It's a sad case, but a happy case because obviously the Abigail has lived and survived. Horrifying for the children that were in there at that moment. Horrifying for the parents that got those phone calls and had to race to figure out if their child was okay. I could never imagine being getting that phone call. It's just so wrong. But like the chief police said in the press conference, which we watched earlier in the other live, it's like unprecedented. Like, when do you typically hear of a 6-year-old that takes a gun to school and then shoots a teacher? You know,
apparently in 2023 we hear about it.
Yeah. it's just crazy to even think of. I'll be curious how the story, once it's told a little bit more, perhaps how it unfolded. Um, Obviously, a 6-year-old knew that he took a gun, knew that the gun would hurt someone. But I don't think that he's able to comprehend the full impact, of course, of what he has done.
A 6-year-old does not have the capability to understand. They don't have the coping skills to understand how to deal with things. They don't have the capability to process what they're doing, why they're doing it, or sadly the consequences of what they're doing and what they're going to have. And so the whole situation, we won't get into the gun debate because, like I said, in the U.S., like it's very political, and we talked about it a little bit earlier. I don't think we need to go down that road again, but I don't think anyone can argue that the 6-year-old. I mean, so many lives. I mean, are going to be altered by this, and my heart goes out to every one of them. So.
Video games and movies. There's a lot of things.
Not Misha.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things, to be honest with you, Misha, about it. It's a part of a bigger picture than just that, even. But absolutely, I think we were talking about that in the last live. It's like, for instance, this 6-year-old. Like I said, most children nowadays see violence on TV or on computers. Computers are the way right now. You know what I mean? Computers were never a big thing when I was growing up, of course, because they just didn't really exist. But nowadays, it's like my son. I think of my son, and those Call of Duty games where it's like you revive them. You can shoot someone, revive them. You believe it's real. At that age, you're not even grasping. He's not even grasping what it is that a gun truly does to a person. In the sense of, like I say, you play video games, you can revive them, like Call of Duty and stuff like that, and it's a whole different ball of wax when you got a 6-year-old that decides that he's going to take a gun to school and stuff like that. In this particular case, for sure, because this is the one we're talking about. Absolutely. This is the parents. The parent did not do their due diligence, and this is why this happened today. So regardless how great that mom might be, and as a parent and stuff, she was obviously very negligent in where that gun was, which allowed the child to take that gun to school and then harm someone. But not only did it just harm someone, some of the children that are in that classroom at that age, those are the things that nightmares are from. Those are the things that kids will hold in their memory forever. The impact of the parents as well. And it's sad. It was preventable, absolutely, but it happened.
Yeah, and like I said, I could easily go into that realm of. I mean, I grew up in the 90s, and I mean, for my entire life, because I said I don't want to go down the road of because living in the United States, I understand the complexity, and growing up in the area, I understand the complexity of it all, and I support the Second Amendment, and I think that 99% of gun owners are responsible, good people that do everything the right way, but I mean, I grew up hearing, when I think, when Columbine happened, it was, well, in the 80s, it was music, right? It was the rap music that was blamed. In the 90s, it was cartoons and Beavis and Butthead and video games that were blamed. Yeah. And it's still, and yes, I understand the argument for that. I also, though, understand that, most people can, even as a child, can play a video game and comprehend the difference between that and real life. Now, I understand at 6 years old, you don't have the capability to cope with your emotions. You don't have the capability to understand your actions or the consequences. But the bottom line is the child should not have had access to the gun. And then the underlining thing is that, why did that poor child have the emotional state that they were in to think they needed to take something to that action? We've all seen it. We've all seen a child throw a temper tantrum and, hit themselves. And, yes, that doesn't make logical sense. But, this takes that kind of a situation to another level, where make something that they do makes no sense, but they don't have the comprehension or understanding of that. And my heart breaks for everyone involved in this.
And I will absolutely agree, because I did the same thing with my son. I liked him to be inside at home because I felt like he was safe. Was the computer a nice babysitter? Absolutely. I let him do what he wanted to do. And you don't really realize the grasp, of what was really going on the internet, and how mean people are, how vicious some people are, what the kids hear. My kid was like 6 years old, and he has people telling him, online. And I didn't because I wasn't aware of that. Now my kid's 26 now. He was probably about 5 at the time. Well, he was 2 when I first gave him Thomas the Tank. We are a computer family. Even with my ex-husband, we were once computers. My ex-husband was in computers. We all played RuneScape, and we all played games and stuff like that. But you really don't realize it. When you think that you can connect with people around the world, little do you know, as you're playing these games, even if they're not gun games, even if they're just regular games, what these kids say to each other, is just amazing what comes out of their mouths. And it's like I said, it's because really the computer is being used like a babysitter. And like I said, I'll even take responsibility that I legitly as well let my kid stay home because I knew he was safe and play on the computer. And I never really thought about, we didn't really talk about monitoring when my son was young so much. It was kind of as the years were going on, but I didn't really monitor what he was doing. I was just thinking, hey, Mom, can I go on the computer? Yeah, absolutely, type of thing. And then I didn't even realize the impact of what these other kids are saying, behind it. And it was he would literally come to me and say, Mom, this kid just told me to blah, blah, bleep, bleep, bleep. And I'm like, really? What? And it didn't even dawn on me that, I was just thinking, your kid's playing, but not all that cruelness that goes on. And let alone, so I'm very much aware that games, that children especially, think that they're real. They think that, I'm sure this is where a lot of the violence of the children come from, is from watching these games and playing these games and thinking that they're, especially 6 years old. But I was saying a story earlier, Misha, as well, where
why should a 6-year-old be playing a game where they why should a 6-year-old be playing a video game where they're even shooting things? Those games are not rated for children that young.
They're not. But I can sit there and tell you myself. And
but 20 years ago, your son they didn't have those ratings on games when your son was
little. No, it is a little bit different that way, but still, it's like hindsight. As time has gone, now you can, turn things off and not do this and whatever. But it's kind of if I knew now what I didn't know then, right. In the sense that I would have done it differently. But yet, did I still know that I was allowing my son to play on the computer all the time because he wanted to? And I was like, yeah, hey, if you're safe at home, that, I don't have to worry about you being bad outside somewhere or doing something wrong, or, basically getting hurt. My fear was always because, and I've told you the story about the baby, ago. That was always my fear. So the more my son wanted to stay home inside and play on the computer, I was all for it because it meant he was safe. But then you don't think about the predators on the internet. And
that's the thing. That risk is not just outside the home anymore. you know, it's online, because you don't know if that's a 10-year-old your son's playing a game with, or if it's a 40-year-old that's asking, hey, you know, do you get to come home from school alone after school? Or, you know, I mean, the dangers that the children today pose, and this is off the topic of even the gun thing, but, you know, I mean, the dangers that this generation faces are so different and so much greater. And, you know, even if you were to look at like the pedo thing, you know, and years ago, the threat came from family members. It came from people that were inside your circle. And now that circle is the internet, because we don't know what reach those children have. And it's just, I don't have the answers for any of it, but, you know, I like I told you earlier, after the Uvalde thing happened, I remember texting my sister, because my niece is 1, and I said, we're homeschooling her. And she said, homeschool kids are weird. And I said, yeah, but at least they're alive. But, you know, and I do stand by the fact that I think that this generation, they have the best tools and assets at their disposal than any generation in the history of modern culture. But they also face the biggest threats and dangers that any generation and has ever faced in modern society. And trying to balance those two, it's so hard to, because, you know, they have information that's available to them to make them smarter and make them the greatest generation ever. But they also have the most dangerous threats right there next door to that information, in my opinion.
Yeah. And, you know, and the thing was too, Adam, with this particular case is that, you know, there were warning signs, you know, what it sounds like there were warning signs. And yet again, like everything, it's always hindsight. It's always hindsight. Oh, this kid bought bullets earlier. But yeah, I mean, so let me say this, Adam. If you were a parent to this 6-year-old who took the gun to school, shot someone, type of thing, what would your punishment be? Would there be any punishment? Would you simply just put him in counseling? What would actually go through your head or anyone else's head in chat if your child did this?
It's easy for me to one, I don't have a child. I mean, I do have my best friend who, I mean, I'm with their kids weekly, is 6 years old. My niece is 1 year old. I mean, I may not be a parent, but I mean, I'm extremely close to several children, and it's easy for me to say my child would never be in that situation because, one, they wouldn't have access to the weapon. 2, I personally don't have a gun in my home. I probably shouldn't tell the internet that, but I don't think there's anything wrong with having a gun in your home if you're a responsible gun owner, and you know. But I mentioned this earlier, like, and I know Sonny, we talked about, you know, one of the things that I think that happens a lot of times, and not necessarily in this case, but, you know, when there are these warning signs that come beforehand, what a lot of times happens because of the juvenile privacy laws that we have, there can be an incident at a school, say a first grader, second grader, like the first grader that told my friend who's a teacher that he wanted to kill her. And, you know, that incident was written up. There are policies and procedures in place. And, you know, the child was then expelled. But because of the juvenile privacy laws, that child, when they went to a new school, the previous school was allowed to say there was an incident, but they were prohibited from actually saying what the incident was. And to me, that's one of the biggest things that lets some of these kids, and not this kid, because this kid was 6 years old, but some of these kids that get to middle school or high school, that's how they fall through the cracks. Because there are red flags in the history of these kids sometimes. Yeah. And yes, there might be a little like incident report. No one knows what it was though, because it could have been, they got to a fight on the playground, or it could be they brought bullets to school. And schools aren't allowed to, and I know at least where I live and in a lot of states are not allowed to to report the exact incident that happened. They're only allowed to report that an incident happened. And that's why the student was removed from the school. So they go to a new school, and then at the new school, it takes another event before there's another incident report written up. And that can happen 3 or 4 times before all of a sudden one day the kid walks into school with a gun.
Yeah.
And takes out half the class.
Yeah. Do you remember that one story not too long ago, Adam, where that boy on the internet, he showed his friends a gun that he had, and he was like 15, 16. Remember, he's the one that went to a school and shot up some people. I can't remember.
Is that the Michigan case?
I think
where the
so.
parents
Yeah.
The one in Michigan, and those parents were charged because there
That's
were a lot of.
Well, the thing is that, okay, none of his friends turned him in for having it or whatever, but yet the one girl said she thought it was really strange, like that it was odd of him and stuff. And then, like I said, then he goes and shoots in the school. I think it must be probably that Michigan case. And I'm just thinking, like, the signs were there for someone for one of his friends to, say some things. And that's what say something. But that person's now going to feel guilty because they knew it was weird that all of a sudden he's showing off his gun, whatever, and they didn't say anything. So that person now has the guilt because they didn't say something. And why does it always have to be that way? Right. Why is it always even, I don't know.
In the incident of my client, that's a friend of mine that a first grader, she was his teacher, came to her and said, "I want to kill you." I mean, they, of course, they went through their school's procedures. They had a meeting with the parents, and the parents basically dismissed the entire situation. They basically said that it was because probably something that the teacher had done provoked that response in the child, put no responsibility on themselves. They put no responsibility on what that poor child was probably going through emotionally and mentally. And, they moved him to a new school district. And that new school district, they have no knowledge of the fact that he told his last teacher he wanted to kill her.
Right. And
that to me is a problem. And I understand privacy, and I understand juveniles should be given some sort of, but it's a very complex situation. We're not going to be able to solve it here.
I know.
It's a tragedy.
But, at the end of the day, what everyone can do still is share, when they come across something such as this, or even in regards to Idaho and that, just share, because the more aware people become, hopefully the more things, do you know what I mean? Like, even if that one person decides, you know what, I'm going to put curtains up so that because they're scared and whatever, or I'm going to put that extra lock on the door, or I'm going to make sure, of this with the guns and whatever, even if it just really makes a few people, and it will, because this case right now, like, is impacting, everyone is sitting there going, 6 years old, really?
Yeah.
6-year-old took a gun to school?
Right.
And everyone, go ahead.
Like, and I told you, where I grew up in rural Illinois, guns were, I did not grow up in a household with guns. I have no problem with people that own guns. Guns were 90-some% of the people I grew up with knew and used guns, to the point where, most of my friends by 8 years old, they were out hunting with their parents. They were out handling guns at 8 years old. And, they were being taught how to handle them in a responsible, smart way. And you can argue that an 8-year-old should not be something an 8-year-old's taught, but it was culturally not odd where I grew up. And then I told you, in high school, a lot of people had shotgun racks in the back of their cars in the high school parking lot. That never even seemed odd to me. It was not until, for me, for my generation, it was my freshman year. I graduated high school early. It was my freshman year in college. It was April of 1999 that Columbine happened. And
Yeah.
that to me was the very first time, and I know there'd been shootings like that beforehand, but for me, that was the very first time it ever even occurred to me, and this was even having growing up around guns. That was the first time that I'd ever even thought about the fact that someone could go to school and not come home.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
And something in the years since then, now that we know more about psychology and we know more about mental health, there's a TED Talk out there or a speech, and I can't remember which of the Columbine shooters' parents it is. One of the mothers of Eric Klebold or Dylan, or Derek, I can't remember his name. Yeah. One of their mothers, to me, did an incredibly fascinating speech that is easily found on YouTube about, and I think it's titled like, my son was a school shooter. And to hear her, and this of course was 20 years ago, so the knowledge we had on it is different now, but hearing her story about it was really enlightening to me. Now, no parent in this day and age is going to be able to get away with the same oblivion that he was in with certain things, but we also now live in an era where people can order things off the internet that no one knows about, like people can make guns on 3D printers. People can basically order these parts, and but again, I don't want to go into all the gun stuff, but the bottom line is it's a tragedy.
Yeah. I was gonna say, anyone that hasn't, that doesn't know much about it, just go Google it. There's definitely some footage out there. It would be very interesting to know why, like what the child was thinking, if that ever, becomes available to us in a sense of, was it because, hey, I watch games and, I knew, like, he knew he was taking something that hurt someone, but what is it that would make a child literally pick up a gun, put it in his backpack, and then go do something horrific with it? And that becomes a whole different ball of wax.
And at 6 years old, why is the mom or dad not checking the backpack before they go to school? I mean, for anything.
Again, it's the difference between what used to be done with parents more so to how things are nowadays. I mean, I just, it's hard not to in your head go, think about in your day and age, but the thing is that it's not that day and age anymore. It's a whole different day and age where in all fairness, and I'm just going to say this, and I don't really care, is that the parents are the ones to blame for the most part. The parents are the ones to blame for their lack of discipline, lack of watching what the children are doing, this entitlement going on and stuff like that. It really is not the say children. They're growing up in a society that's saying, hey, yeah, no problem, do what you want, go play on the computer, go do this. And it's not the same. It's a whole different thing. Like I said, I'm 53. So you watch this whole different change in it, and everyone that gets older, whether 40s, 30s, whatever, and you watch the different changes go on. And all I see is just this. Again, I remember going into my nephew and niece's school, and it was like robotic ants that all had a phone in their hand. And I just couldn't believe it was literally everyone. It was like watching a movie. I remember I was in the the secretary office, and the bell rang, and all the kids start coming out of class, and they were all just like this, transfixed to their phone. It was like literally looking at ants, and everyone was staring at their phones. And I find one of the saddest things personally with cell phones, as especially at jobs and stuff, is that, first of all, most people think that they have a right, as if they earned that right to leave their phone out with them as they're sitting doing their job, as if somehow, but that they have this right to do that, and I find it very crazy to me that that's acceptable. But you have a lot of these jobs too where they're literally allowing it, where it's okay to actually bring your phone. I remember at the hotel, okay, I was getting a little bit pissed off because the servers kept racing around checking their phones, as of course, dinner time's going on. And it's just like you're watching it. And in my world, I'm sorry, I don't mind you checking your phone once in a while, but it is not your right. And I remember not the CEO, but the slime bucket underneath of him, Eric. Um, he was like, yeah, I don't really care if they have their phones. And I'm like, you're kidding, right? Like, in what day and age is this acceptable? And I remember watching, and I could see it on the cameras at night when I would watch Night Audit. I was lucky if I got 4 hours of work out of my Night Audit person. That truly did work. Because the rest of it, she was on her phone, listening to scanners, listening, texting, doing whatever, And so I blame the parents and the way that society, too, has let all this stuff just kind of happen now. And now it's just like, it's like a free-for-all to me. I don't know. It's like a free-for-all. What we could never get away with this crap back in the day. Never. And what kids can get away with now and having their phones, it's sad because you think as human beings that we would all just, like I said, as a parent, your role is to bring up your child as best as you can. That's your job. That is your duty. To bring your child up the best that you can, teach them right from wrong and this and that. And if you have a gun, you put it in a protective place. That is your job. It is not the child's responsibility to make sure that gun's in a certain spot. It was the mother's responsibility, and this is just a careless act, and I do hope she gets charged, to be honest with you, because it's definitely a huge life lesson. While a lady sits there in a hospital, lucky that she's alive, all because this mother was careless and left her gun out for a 6-year-old to get. And it's not even his fault. He knew what he was doing, but it's not his fault at all. He would never have had the ability to do that had that gun put in its proper space because of his mother. But I just think in general, all in all, between the internet and everything, parents use it as a babysitter. No one can keep an eye on their children for everything that goes on. There's too much technology out there between phones. It's almost like a joke when a parent says, like, I'm going to turn off the internet or whatever. It's just like, really? As if that's going to stop me type of thing, But there's just too many things out there between the internet and technology now. It's a lazy world, and I only hate to ever see it, how it's going to be as time goes on, to be honest with you. Like, we think it's bad now. Come on. What do you think, Adam? Like, I don't know. I mean, to me, the world is a very lazy world. We got so much technology. We don't even have to leave our apartments. Like, you can work from home pretty much, like you don't, you can do everything pretty much on your computer, socialize,
Yeah, like I said, I believe that this youngest generation, I believe very strongly. I always said that I think they are fortunate enough to be equipped with more information and more tools and accessibility to education and knowledge than any generation in the history of culture, of today's culture. But they're also just as easily it's just as easily for them to access things or be victim to things that are more dangerous and tragic than any generation has ever had to face in the history of culture, modern culture. And that's why I think it's such a double-edged sword, because the internet can be such an incredible resource.
Right, absolutely. I love it.
And even video games and things like that, there are more cognitively proved beneficial video games now that help brain development in children than there ever have been before. But there's also accessibility to things that should not have access to, and that all to me falls on the parent's responsibility to maintain what your child has access to and what they don't. And I'm not a parent, so I can only speculate on the fact that it seems to be an impossible thing to try to keep up on as well. I'm not that people should not try, but I get the complexity of it all.
Yeah, I like Jeff's thing here. It says there is a Bible verse about needing to bind the strong man of the house before the devil can make a mess of your home. With the internet, it sure seems that the devil's in so many homes with free reign. Absolutely. And that falls back to the parents. It really does. People can limit their kids' time and this and that. The world's definitely a different place, but we, as parents, we can still control a lot of things.
And again, there's a big difference between 13 and 6.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. But still, I'm just in shock that a 6-year-old literally takes a gun to school and uses it. Like, it just 69 people in watching, by the way. Thank you. On there. But anyways, I want to move
we did do a whole stream. We did a whole stream about this case specifically an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
I mean, we go much more in depth with it. So for anyone that really wants to really, and we give more insight and opinions about it in that stream. So I know we have more to talk about in this.
Yeah, because we're already at the hour mark, and so now a question said was not too long ago, and said something about like there's a news report showing that they're around a garbage bin or garbage thing. Who was it that said that? They were asking if they had found Anna Walsh's body or something like that. Who? And welcome, Jeff. Nice to see you. They were asking.
Oh, did they find her?
I don't know. You know what? Do me a favor. We're gonna play I'm gonna play the audio. Can you?
I'll go off camera and see if I can find something.
Yeah. That's my son's name, Matthew.
Yeah, and we also can talk about one of the other cases, before we get to that if we need to.
Yeah, absolutely. What I'd like to play right now and start playing a little bit of it, and then we'll play it for a bit and then maybe talk about it, is going back to the Idaho. And it's the Nancy Grace podcast from today. So if you guys haven't heard it, well then, I don't know. I thought it was pretty interesting. So I'm just going to play that. And 1 second. And share screen. And boom, 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 boom. Okay.
Staking them out? We know he had picked his victims by then based on what cops are saying, but why them? What was the connection? As the desperate search for the murder weapon goes on, we are waiting, holding our breaths for the next bombshell to drop. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Fox Nation and Sirius XM 111. Who is this guy? Take a listen to our friends KXLY.
The last time the Arntz family saw him was when Kohberger was working as a security guard at a local school a couple years back.
When we talked to him there, everything seemed, normal. He was polite and everything. It was very, very weird to hear this stuff.
Washington State University confirms he was a PhD student at the time of the alleged murder. And Tom adds he was smart.
Very intelligent. And then, he would explain things in like a really odd way that had to be really sophisticated way of explaining stuff.
There is still so much more to explain and understand in this investigation. It's unsettling for Tom to think about how this person who they knew for years could have killed these 4 students.
Just insane.
You know, why is it that everyone talks about how normal the guy was way back when? You know, they said that about BTK. We find out that Bundy charmed people, very charming. Scott Peterson seemed like the all-American guy, didn't he? We're hearing the same thing now, but can that possibly be true? With me, an all-star panel to make sense of what we know right now. But first, I want to go out to Fox senior correspondent Laura Ingle. Laura, thank you for being with us. You know, I was thinking about it before we took to the air. If he had started staking out the 4 students back in June, his classes at the PhD program, had they even started?
Yeah, you know, he was in that area as far as when we look at the records of when he moved there, when the car was registered, how it was registered, it appears as though he was there. And the other thing about that key piece that we heard on page 4 of the probable cause affidavit, not to jump ahead, but the idea that one of the surviving roommates heard somebody in the house say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." I just want to remind us of a story that we heard very early on when Bryan Kohberger was first arrested and we didn't have a name. And when we heard that name, Bryan Kohberger, everybody pulled up this old newspaper article from Pennsylvania when he was a part-time security guard at a school district, and how he was a part of the super heroic saving of a woman who had an asthma attack. And he and another school guard, you know, got down on the ground and helped her. And they said, Bryan helped to save her life. And I just wanted to draw that connection of just, I don't know. I don't know if he said those words, if that was a recording of some kind on her TikTok, but it was just, I thought, you know, an interesting connection that he was a private security guard in an effort at all of the criminology that he took and the applying to be an intern with the Pullman Police Department, that there is a record of him being on the ground trying to help a woman, you know, running to get an AED to save a woman's life. So I know that we had talked a little bit about that on previous shows, but it is certainly eerie.
Yeah, you know what, Laura Ingle, it really is, because you see the dichotomy of someone that could have been really a hero in this world and has done the exact opposite and turned into the devil. And of course, let me just say again, before I'm pilloried online, everyone is presumed innocent until they're proven guilty. And that goes for Bryan Kohberger as well. You know, Dr. Bethany Marshall joining us, a high-profile psychoanalyst, joining us out of Beverly Hills at drbethanymarshallmd.com. Dr. Bethany, that's really interesting what Laura Ingle told us, how he had gone so far as to save someone's life, being written up and lauded for it, and then somehow took a really dark turn. But my initial reaction was, it's a show. There's a whole drama going on. It's Kohberger's world, and we're all just living in it.
Nancy, think about one of the associated features of sociopathy, which what
you just said means nothing to me. I don't even know what you're talking about. The what? Yeah. One of the what of the what?
So sociopaths and serial killers are always sociopaths. And if Bryan Kohberger did this, we were going to guess that this is a first killing in what was intended to be a long life of serial killing. Okay, so let's hold that in our minds, that he is possibly a serial killer and he got caught on his first offense. So what do we know about men like this? And yes, they're mostly men. They are grandiose. They are glib. They are charming. But it's a thin veneer. It's a superficial veneer of grandiosity, meaning that they want to be the center of attention. They want to be the star. They want everybody to look up to them. They want to feel like they are saving the world. But when I say it's a thin veneer, they'll only act this way until you disagree with them. And then the veneer cracks and they become vicious, they become mean, and they go on the attack. So think about the little boy he saved with the asthma attack. I can imagine the parents calling him, asking him over to dinner, him getting cards, maybe asked to go on a local TV show. I'm just kind of making this up. And that he revels in the glory of being so important. But what if one reporter or a parent says, yeah, but you know what? You cracked the boy's ribs when you were doing CPR, or I think you should have called 911 instead of trying to call save the boy yourself. Then he would have turned on them.
Well, I'm also wondering if that has anything to do with the way he picked his victims. Straight out to Chris McDonough joining me, director at the Cold Case Foundation, former homicide detective Chris, who I found, by the way, on his YouTube channel, The Interview Room. Chris, I'm jumping off of what Dr. Bethany just said, and then I'm going to get back into what everybody wants to hear about Joe Scott, C.C. Moore, Dale Carson, the nuts and bolts of how this case is going to be proven or how it can be dismantled by a savvy defense attorney. And yes, it can be done. Chris McDonough, jumping off what Dr. Bethany just said, I've been asked over and over and over, what's the motive? Number one, state doesn't have to prove motive. Okay. We're not clairvoyant. We don't know what's going on in his head. Number two, it does help a jury to have a motive. So the killings make sense to them. Now, motive. Bethany was describing a scenario where someone who was a hero could quickly make an about face. We know, Chris McDonough, that there have been occasions where Kohberger had been asked to refrain from creeping out women at bars. We know that he bragged to a classmate, I could go to pretty much any bar or restaurant and have any lady I want. He actually said that. Okay, let that sink in for just a moment. Do you think there's a possibility, he was doing all this study with felons, violent felons, about how did you pick your victims? How did you approach your victims? And a lot more. That's even creepier. Do you think somehow he had been at a bar or a restaurant and one of these young girls had ignored him or didn't respond to his advances? And that is how he started following them, because he would actually ask women at bars. I mean, Jack and Sid, how much would this creep you out if a guy came up and said, what's your address? I would run for the hills if I'd seen a monster. I mean, for sure. No question about that. I mean, how about, hey, can I buy you a Diet Coke? I don't know, something like that. Every time I throw a line to one of the twins to use on their love objects, they tell me how horrible they are. I don't know what a good pickup line would be. I suggested to one of the twins to say, how was your New Year? And they doubled over laughing. They could never say, how was your New Year to somebody. So I'm not good at that. So Chris McDonough, what about it?
Well, Nancy, the fact that it's not an obvious motive that's, right on the surface here, and the fact that we talked about this on your show earlier where, he treated this killing as almost as if it was an event in his life.
One of his creepy experiments?
Yes.
Oh, Chris, wait. You just gave me a thought. Hold on.
Yep.
You know how he would ask all the violent felons, murderers, rapists, child rapists, what was going through your mind? How did you feel during the murder or during the rape? I wonder if he was doing this to see how it really did feel. What it was really like. I mean, this whole thing was over it. I'm sure Joe Scott and Dale Carson are going to have something to say about this. Over in 16 minutes, based on the timing when he pulled up and when he left. It was almost clinical.
Okay, 1 second. We're going to come back on the live for a second because it's a little bit longer and I don't want to listen to it all and then forget some of the stuff that was said. So there's 83 people in chat. If you guys could hit that like button, that would be great. Thank you so much for joining us today on It's a Crime and Shame. And I'm curious by what was just said there. So we know what happened at the brewery, at the Seven Sirens Brewery, that he was put into the computer system, and because of his creepy vibes and basically looking and kind of stalking and checking out, and basically people watching and stuff like that. So do you guys think that he came across one of those? Because how Steve Gonsalves says that maybe they met him at some coffee shop, or some place, and perhaps a bar or whatever. Do you think that one of them slighted him, and that it became because I think it was one of those things. Yeah, he absolutely wanted to know what it was going to be like and whatever. So because we know that for 3 months, see, that's what's strange about this, is that he moves to Idaho from Pennsylvania, and he's stalking for, say, 3 months, does those 12 trips or whatever. So when did he meet them, or did he search out sororities? Is it something that he, like I said, that a person that he knew that knew them? What do you guys think, honestly? Do you guys think that he came across one of them or someone in a bar and basically, gave him the creep vibes? Maybe for instance, maybe it was Maddie that said, "Hey, bug off, creep," or something like that. Perhaps it could have been. But do you guys think it was more something like that happened? I'm just curious. What do you think, Adam?
Sorry, I'm still working on something that I sent you. One thing that I found in there, and then something else about Richard Allen I found in there. But yeah. I'm still working on that thing you asked me to find out.
Okay, I probably have a couple of those things, to be honest with you. Richard Allen thing. I think probably the
Well, if you're talking about Idaho right now, I called someone really quick to see if they could find something for me regarding the Walsh thing. So I just I had you muted, but as far as the Idaho, what were you asking?
The question simply is as people have time to process the affidavit or their thoughts on the case, knowing what he was like at the Seven Sirens Brewery, do you think he bumped into one of them or whatever, maybe both, couple of them, because if Maddie and that were always together, do you think that he bumped into them at a bar and that they slighted him? Because remember, when did he actually move to Idaho?
We don't know the exact date. We know that he registered his phone in June of 2022.
Yeah.
And we know that the affidavit is not. The affidavit says that he visited the home 12 times between the historical data they got on the phone from June until October or until November 13th. The first date that is mentioned in the affidavit that he was near the house was September 21st, the day he got pulled over or August 21st.
August 21st, yeah.
Yeah, the day he got pulled over for the seatbelt violation, 2 minutes from the house. So the first date that we know he was at the house stalking them, or for whatever reason, was then. We don't know the timeline before then. I personally have said, all along that he may have felt slighted by them. I don't think that there was any intentional thing, but we don't know their connection yet. We don't know where they came across each other. I watched Kaylee's sister talk about it, and I could tell from watching that there were things that she probably wanted to say that she didn't. I also believe that more might come out about something about Maddie. I would be, I'll go into, I don't know where he came into contact with them. And it could have been somewhere as simple as, it could have been getting a Greek salad. It's not a vegan restaurant, for everyone that Mad Greek. It's not a vegan restaurant.
Yeah.
It's a Greek restaurant that serves vegan food. But, that's not, we don't know that's where he came across one of them. He might have come across one of them on a dating site. He might have come across one of them by, an online forum. He might have just seen one of them on Instagram. He may have just seen one of them in the area. He may have seen one of them at the grocery store. We don't know. You know, and so I think it's too early to speculate on that. But
Well,
for
it's not too
whatever
early to
reason,
speculate.
well, no, I
It's
mean,
great time to speculate.
well, I mean, it's too early to speculate on it. Like, no one has the actual knowledge of where.
Correct, but that would be giving us the answer then.
Right.
And we'd have the answer.
But I think.
Go ahead.
I think that will come in time. You know.
Well, I just think like kind of like what Jeff says. Like I'm kind of get torn because exactly what Jeff said there is part of my thinking. Maybe he was just hunting for the right house filled with girls, you know, went around, you know, the Idaho University there, you know, spent 12 times going around there, and type of thing. Like I think it could be something like that, you know, and then again, when you spend enough time in the area, because I think that he was like, he obviously had it in his mind at some point that this something was going to happen. I don't think it just randomly happened.
No. Well, here's a question for you.
Yeah.
Do we think that he became aware of a victim and then found out where they lived, or do we think that he had a connection to not the house, but to someone? Because that's not, you know, if you don't know the area, you know, what brings you to that house, you know, or did he have a connection to someone that lived in the vicinity of that house, and that's how he became aware of one of them?
Well, that's what I've heard before.
And like I said, not that it's the house, but that, you know, that he, you know, did he become aware of one of them and then find out where they live, or did he become aware of one of them because he was in the area of where they lived? One thing I'd be really interested to find out, and I've said this for a while, and I have no proof to it, but I would like to know where his phone pinged on Halloween.
Yeah, I know you think about that Halloween one.
And I'm not saying he was at that Halloween party.
Right. Yeah.
But,
was he in the
you know,
vicinity or
was it as simple as we know from some of the stuff we know now that he stayed, he had odd hours that he stayed up. You know, maybe he would just drive around and take long drives at night. And you know what? 4 a.m, 3 a.m, there aren't going to be a ton of house lights on. In a college town, there are going to be more, but not many college houses even have the visibility into the windows that this one did. So that's why I was saying, you know, like there's so many, I could find 50 ways to speculate on how he came.
I know. Yeah.
Kaylee was into true crime. Did she come across him somehow in some way that way?
Did she come across his survey?
Not necessarily even that, but you know, something else, you know, maybe, you know. No. Yeah, I mean, so it's all speculation, but those are questions I have. Well, I would love to know where his phone pinged on October 31st, and I would like to know what social media posts. I would like to know Kaylee, Maddie's, and Xana's social media posts on the dates that he was at, that he went to that house before the murders. Because, you know, to me, that would tell a lot.
Yeah. I really like that question that Jeff asked from the study thing. When he asked in his research study, how do you pick your victims? What kind of answer do you think he got?
Yeah.
You know? I mean, honestly, if you're like, I mean, and it's one of those things, right? Intriguing to the point that, you know, you wonder why people escalate. What is it inside the ticking time bomb up there that makes them go to actually thinking about it, to doing it, to why they did it, to why they picked them, to all those different questions. It's intriguing.
And I would go sorry.
No, go ahead.
I would go as far to say, in my opinion, Krista, it's a safe assumption. The corner club is not somewhere he would have hung out. Because one, it was a college bar, and two, it was kind of a frat sorority type place and locals. And I think he would have stood out like a sore thumb at the corner club. He had a superiority complex. and he was OCD, and a place like that's a dive bar, I think he would have stood out like a sore thumb. So to me, the Corner Club is, plus they've said he was not there, but to me, that is not,
Yeah.
We'll find out.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna go back to the podcast again. I bet he is that how you say it, ruminated on the issue probably nonstop. Probably why he didn't sleep much. Yeah.
Right. It's one of the reasons also that I was so interested in what his interests were on. Like, I would love, if I could have anything in the world, like, I would love to have access to his computer and phone right now, because I could give you, I think you give me an hour on that computer and phone and I'd figure out the motivation for all of this.
Absolutely. Well, right. Exactly.
I mean, I think that, it would show everything.
Yeah. Okay. Let me go back to the podcast.
Right.
We'll listen to some more of it. And there we go.
In and out. There was no rape. There was no theft. He just went in, did the killing, and left. Chris McDonough. How's that?
Yeah, and he presented himself in such a cool-headed, chameleon type of way, evident of the fact that we have, this information allegedly that he says, I'm here to help you. So this guy allegedly, if he is the suspect, which, he's been arrested, he is that guy that if somebody, and the doc can keep me honest here, if somebody pushes him away, he's going to hold a grudge for quite some time. So in my mind, my question has been, how long has he been holding this grudge? And that those women, were they the receivers of that anger?
Good thought. And I want to follow up with Laura Ingle. Laura Ingle, senior correspondent, Fox News. Laura, you were so incredible on Fox News last night. Every time you start talking, it completely changes the course of my questioning. I hope you know that, which is a good thing, because it's always something new that you're going to say. I want to follow up on what Chris said. And guys, remember, how many times do I have to tell you this? Dale Carson and Joe Scott Morgan and C.C. Moore, brilliant genealogists, by the way. We're not having tea at Highgrove with King Charles and Camilla. Okay, jump in.
Well, there's no question he had a relationship with those.
Wait, don't jump in quite yet. Wait.
Come on. You know he had a
Wait. Hey, Laura, you're gonna like this, Dale.
Yes.
You're gonna like this. Okay, if he had met them, all right, at some point, getting a coffee and saying, "Hey, do you live around here?" And she goes, well, I'm not going to say it because that's a curse word. I gave up cursing. Get lost. I'll put it in a nice way. He was staking them out in June, Laura. So were the girls already there? Did they live there over the summer?
That's a great question. I think that we assume that some of them did, but I don't know if we have those records that shows that. But you're right. The cell phone tower information about how many times he had been back.
Yeah.
But I also want to fast forward really quick, because I thought about this last night.
Here she goes. Train out of control.
You know how we've been watching how, there's a direct line of path from his apartment in Pullman to the apartment to the rental home in Moscow, Idaho. And then he takes this crazy path home where it goes down and around, and he's obviously trying to, take a different route. But we've all, I think, been on the same panel talking about Fotis Dulos. It was a case that we covered where a estranged husband murdered his wife of 5 children and had a mother of 5 children. And all along the way, he was dumping items. So where are the bloody clothes, the shoes, the mask, obviously the knife, anything that the duffel bag that he might have brought to change into clothes, anything of that sort? I'm curious now in the forward part of the investigation of, were there any cameras that picked him up going somewhere? Where did he dump those things? I know that we've been talking about how he dumped some garbage once he got to Pennsylvania, but did he do anything in that long roundabout way from the victim's residence back to Pullman, because he took that, if you look at the map that's in the affidavit.
That is why I would argue Laura Ingalls is a better reporter on her sickbed than, guys, just so you know, she's had COVID. And you know more facts. And I don't mean institutional facts about this case that we've learned from the beginning. I mean like what's happening right now. That's an incredible thought. Okay. This means something, Dale Carson, because I'm getting chills.
But the knife is not all that important.
Can I just introduce you? Dale Carson, trial lawyer out of Jacksonville. I'm going to get it in. And this is a good part. Former FBI and former cop in Miami. Date at DaleCarsonLaw.com. Okay, go Dale.
You got an eyewitness of him being in the property. You have his DNA. You have a number of slaughtered victims. Having a knife isn't like trying to find a gun where you can connect the bullet through case markings to the actual firearm that you find in the defendant's possession. This is a knife. It can't be exactly, and Joe can correct me on this, it can't be exactly determined that was the knife unless there's DNA on it later.
You're absolutely right. And I'll tell you why. Dale Carson, and I've had it out with so many forensic dentists on this exact point. Let's do what you just said. Joseph Scott Morgan joining me, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, host of a new hit series, Body Bags, with Joe Scott Morgan on iHeart. Joe Scott, same theory applies to forensic dentistry as it does with this knife. Flesh is flexible, and you can't really, it's like trying to get a teeth mark in Jell-O. Ain't gonna happen. I mean, unless you've got some really crazy set of teeth, then occasionally I've seen it be very convincing.
Yeah, but still, you can't. One of the problems with, we're not going to go down this path too far. Says
you. I'll drive this train wherever I want to, young man. But go ahead.
I'm getting out of the car.
Somebody's getting sassy, Jackie.
You can't quantify bite marks. That's one of the problems in forensics.
Now, why do you say it like that when I said it was like biting into Jell-O? But go ahead, Professor.
Well, thank you. You can't quantify it, and the same applies to a knife wound. You can examine it, you can compare it, and you can say it's close to. Here's one thing that I find very interesting, and something that we do in the morgue that people might not be aware of. Even with knife wounds, prior to the things that we'll do are full body X-rays. And this is kind of key here because this knife was used allegedly multiple times, right? So every time you're striking with this knife, there is a potential that the structural integrity of the knife is being compromised. It's wearing down. And depending upon how well the blade is made, it can chip. And one of the things we look for in these X-rays that we do are little metal fragments. Now, you can't do it ballistically, but what you can do, and this is really cool, is that if you can recover one of those chips, you can do a metallurgical analysis on that chip. And what that means is the chemistry behind the creation of that blade is unique to that particular manufacturer.
Okay, wait. Let me just understand what you're saying. Are you saying a knife, use of a knife in a murder can use tiny microscopic pieces of metal in the wound?
Yes, it can.
Have you ever seen that happen?
Yes, I have.
How often have you seen that happen?
Infrequently.
You mean rarely? Okay, because Joe Scott, I hear what you're saying, and I do think it can happen. And as you were saying, the worse the quality of the knife, the more likely it will happen. I've never had a case where a knife left any type of metallurgy behind in a wound, but I do see how theoretically it can happen.
Yeah, tips of knives break off very frequently.
A tip breaks off, but I don't know that it's left in the wound.
Sure it is. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it is. It's left in bone.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, it happens. It happens with great frequency.
So back to what Laura Ingle brought up. Where in the hay is the murder weapon?
A Fox Nation exclusive.
An international pop star stripped of human rights. How does that happen? Easier than you think. Join us for a deep dive into Britney Spears. Now, do I think the case is strong? Yes, I do. I think the case is incredibly strong. But that said, I can just see a Johnny Cochran move. God rest his soul. He was my co-anchor at Court TV, Cochran and Grace. I can see somebody like him coming in and going, what? Out of a bloodbath like this? And you're telling me the only DNA linking back to the defendant is a little epithelial skin cells on the snap, on the knife hilt? Really? And you're going to send my guy to the death penalty over that? Oh, HELLNO. That is what is going to happen. I'm telling you right now, unless somehow they can find some other DNA.
Yeah, I agree with you, Nancy. They could argue that someone else transported that knife sheath to the crime scene.
Or they could argue this, Cece. Oh, Lord, I don't want to give them any ideas. What if they argued, yeah, he went to a knife and gun show and he looked at a lot of knives and he opened them up and looked at them and snapped them back and put them back on the display. Then, of course, they'd have to dig up a knife and gun show that was in that area. But that said, there's a million ways they could counter that one little bit of DNA.
For sure. So I think we know, based on the eyewitness DM, that he was not totally covered up. She was able to see his eyebrows. And we are told that he was wearing a mask that covered his mouth and his nose.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that sounds like the kind of masks we've been wearing with COVID for the last 3 years. And it also might explain, by the way, why she wasn't thinking this was somebody who had done something terrible in the house. You know, those kids are used to seeing people wear masks. It's been really normalized over the last 3 years, and these are young kids. So anyway, was his hair covered? He's got a full head of hair. Did that guy walk in there not fully suited up? If so, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if there is some hair evidence left at that scene.
You know what, Cece Moore, I'm going to charge you for all the paper that I use. If you would laugh if you could see all the notes I take furiously whenever you start talking. I'm running out. I'm using the back pages of things the twins did in school in the 5th grade, for Pete's sake. That is so smart. Okay, we don't know anything about his head being covered, do we, Laura Engel?
Well, I have not heard anything about the head being covered. And one of the questions I had for the family attorney of the Gonzalez family, who I spoke to Sunday, I asked, you know, have you talked to DM? Have you talked to Dylan? They said that they have spoken to her, but they wouldn't tell me what that conversation was for obvious reasons, for personal reasons. But, you know, we don't know what more she said about what she saw. You know, when I first heard of the story, didn't we all sort of think that whoever did this must have been dressed like a ninja and maybe even wearing goggles for the sake of not leaving your DNA? But to your point, there just has to be more. The bed sheets, the comforter, the staircase, the door handle.
I'm thinking about hair, and I've got to ask Jackie, why are you holding up a sign that says ski mask?
Didn't she say he had a ski mask?
Nobody ever said he wore a ski mask. Did anybody ever? He had a mask covering his nose and mouth. I haven't heard anything about ski mask. That's how facts get totally distorted. Has anybody said ski mask beside Jackie sitting right there who just cooked it up in her head?
No, I heard that.
You've had way too many Dunkin' Donut cups of coffee, Jackie. What, Dale? Ski mask?
And I will tell you, it's in the car, as Joe Morgan will tell you. That's where the evidence is. And as soon as they find one of the victims' blood in that car.
That's what they need. That is what they need. Yes. Hey, Cece Moore, I got off track with Jackie's ski mask allegation. What were you saying?
Can I go back to the hair?
Yes.
So the hair, you know, you used to not be able to get DNA from rootless hair, but now we can, thanks to the brilliant Dr. Ed Green from Santa Cruz. And I've helped on 2 cases recently where all we had was a tiny piece of rootless hair.
You mean mitochondrial DNA? Won't that work?
Mitochondrial, yes. But you can actually now get autosomal DNA.
Whoa, wait. What did you just call it? What did you call it?
Autosomal DNA. That's the type of DNA.
Autosomal?
Yes.
I'm going to throw that at Joe Scott and see if I can stuff him. Autosomal He's probably Googling it right now. Go ahead.
It's the type of DNA you get from both sides of your family, from all of your grandparents, great-grandparents. It's much more unique than mitochondrial DNA.
Okay. And you're telling me I could get autosomal DNA from a hair without a nucleus. And it's more exact than just mitochondrial DNA, which you can get from a hair without a nucleus that only goes to your mother, correct?
Right. Mitochondrial DNA, there can be thousands of people, tens of thousands of people who have the exact same signature. But no one's going to have your exact same autosomal DNA signature except for a twin.
That's why I call her brilliant. Hey, Joe Scott, are you through Googling autosomal yet?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Guys, I'm just pulling Joe Scott's leg. He's just an incredible forensics professor at Jacksonville State. Joe Scott, can we just, and everybody jump in, okay? You know, you sure did pipe down Chris McDonough.
You know, I've got some ideas. Nancy. I'm waiting.
All right, Joe Scott, if he could just drop one hair. Did you hear what CeCe Moore said? If we could just find one hair in all that mess of a crime scene, one hair, or as Dale Carson pointed out, one speck of blood in that Elantra. Joe Scott, how are we going to do this?
Look to the hands. Look to the hands, Nancy, because this is key. We've made a big deal over the last few weeks about the examination of these victims' hands at the morgue. Remember, they bagged the hands, which is something that we normally do, all right? But when this occurs, and you have individuals that are fighting back, remember, we've got documented defense wounds. They might be grabbing at the head, and if they do, and plus if there is blood on the victim's hands, and everybody knows how tacky blood is and sticky, it's amazing. It's amazing what you will find contained, not just beneath the fingernails, and those are, you know, you can really harvest a lot out of those, but also just stuck to the palms of the hands and the backs of the hands. One of these kids very well may have pulled out a root, a hair with a root intact as well. You know, to Cece's point about the autosomal DNA, and some of this hair might be fractured. You never know. But that's why they have gone over these bodies with a fine-tooth comb, Nancy, and they have recovered every bit of trace evidence. I'm hoping they have at the morgue. And they applied a team to this that did nothing but this. The clothes of the kids were taken care of very well. They were sent to the crime lab. Everything was documented. And we could spend 2 shows just talking about the examination that they're going to do on these clothing alone for trace evidence and extracting anything they can that might be DNA rich. Okay,
I want to hear what Chris McDonough's idea is.
So, Nancy, on the sheath, I want to go back to the sheath for a moment, if we can. Okay, it's laying next to
Maddie,
one of the victims. Yep, by her leg. You notice there's no conversation in the affidavit. I've had many judges ask me, is there anything else belonging to anybody else on this item, i.e. cross, blood, et cetera, et cetera? No, Your Honor, it looks like it's a single source DNA. So here's my thought. That scene was a horror house. Why is there not blood on this sheet? And I would submit to you, if it was, that would have been put into the affidavit. And that's why.
Okay, hold on, Chris McDonough. Say that again very slowly.
Sure. So the sheet, we know there's single source DNA on the snap from a male. And then they've now matched that, through family members. But what we're not hearing is cross, contamination from the scene itself, i.e. if he drops this and he's stabbing, there's blood going everywhere. And I would submit to you, if it ends up right next to that victim, there is blood on that sheet, but we're not hearing about that. So my thinking is, did this guy bring this post-homicide and place it there as part of a staging activity?
No, he didn't have time. He didn't have time to do that. Guys,
Okay.
No. Chris McDonough, I want to hear everything. Guys, this is how cases are fine-tuned. They're honed by, I remember talking to my best friend in the DA's office about cases, talking to my investigator, working the evidence through, seeing what would work, what wouldn't. Like what you just heard McDonough say, that would be a fantastic theory to put to a jury. But yet we know he was only in there for 20 minutes.
Male voice saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." And then that third and final time she opens the door, she sees the figure dressed in black with the mask and the bushy eyebrows, and then says she locks the door. One of the other things, I want to go back to the sheets just really quick, because you had said at the beginning of the show, we've wondered if Bryan Kohberger got involved with discussions online on Facebook groups and on Reddit and on all these things. But there was a very specific thing that somebody said that a lot of people are saying could probably be Bryan Kohberger. He wrote on a Facebook page that was titled University of Idaho Murders Facebook Discussion Group.
Is that when he was going under Papa Rogers or the other name?
Papa Rogers,
allegedly?
right.
Okay.
And this is before the probable cause affidavit.
Mm-hmm.
And he says one of the evidence released, the murder weapon has been consistent as a large fixed blade knife. This leads me to believe they found the sheath. We didn't know about the sheath at the time.
Yeah,
we did not know about
Yeah, but that's a leak from the investigation is where that's coming from. You can't believe that they knew that.
Unless that was him bragging online. And Dr. Bethany, in a nutshell, wouldn't that fit exactly with the personality characteristics that you've observed?
Absolutely, Nancy. That would absolutely fit with his personality. He was inserting himself into everything, online forums, saving a life, creeping on women in bars. And, you know, we were talking about what's along that route between his home and the victim's home. And what nobody mentioned was other victims, that maybe that was a very common route for him. And maybe there are other potential victims that were along that route. So that not only would he have been shedding clothing, evidence, but maybe he was stalking other people as well. I mean, serial killers don't just stalk one person. This is the first in an intended long line of serial killings. And so I think we have to add that into our discussion.
Joe Scott, a lot has been made of to whether a quadruple homicide could be affected in 16 minutes. I think it was, Jackie, wasn't it 16 minutes? Laura, wasn't it 16 minutes? We believe he was in the home.
Yeah.
Okay, what about it, Joe Scott?
Yeah, my thought is that the individual that perpetrated something like this would have to have a familiarity with the environment to move that quickly through this, because this is dirty, dirty work, and it is labor intensive. I hate to put it in those terms, but it truly is. The individual would have to move with stealth. They would have to move with purpose. They would have to know where the victims are in order to facilitate this, and they'd have to be prepared showing up. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's possible. 16 minutes, certainly. I know somebody certainly people in the military that are trained at this sort of thing could do it probably under that time. But, you know, you're talking about college kids. You're not talking about enemy combatants here. And so, yeah, and if he had familiarity with his environment, I think that's possible.
Well, then his hair follicles might be there already.
If he had been in the home before.
Well, my thought about this, Nancy, I'm wondering if he had not been going in there in that house when other people were not there and maybe nesting in that house. That's why I think that it's really interesting if the cops went in there and looked in the closets to see if there was any touch DNA left behind, or if this guy had been having some kind of masturbatory fantasies in those closets, just hanging out when no one else is there.
Why is it when you say masturbatory fantasies, nobody says a word? When I say it, everybody goes, why would you say that? That's gross. Ugh. There's no evidence of that. But you and Bethany talk about it all the time. But when I say it, it's like, oh no, why did she say that? Okay.
Okay, the other possibility, Nancy, is that I like the use of Joe Scott Morgan's word nesting. I'd never heard that before, but maybe he was also nesting at night when the kids were sleeping. I mean, he did that work so quickly, 16 minutes. I'm not a crime scene investigator. I'm just like, how do you kill
4 people in 16 minutes.
Well, hold on. Chris McDonough has been at the scene. Chris, isn't it true that from the outside looking in, if you look in every window, you can easily spot the layout of the home?
Absolutely, Nancy. And we talked about this on your show many times, where this guy is such a mechanical existence, and he's taken all of this time to kind of, set the stage like Joe's talking about. And that's where that cinder block in the back window behind the house that we spoke about just doesn't look right. That was just out of place. And one other thing on the evidence that I don't think nobody's talking about yet is after the incident, if he's gone out and, just moved the items in various different locations, that air filter in that car is going to be critical to take, because you're able to get pollens from the different type of environments, trap them in that air filter, and Joe talk about this for days, but then bring a botanist in and see if those environments are consistent with those pollens.
That is an incredible idea. Oh gosh, that's such a good idea.
They had an AACC guy come in and check the air conditioning system in the house.
They did? You know that?
I do.
You said they had a what kind of guy?
HVAC, an air conditioning.
HVAC.
Yeah. Came
Nancy,
into the
there's
house.
one more big piece of evidence that no one's really, diving
What?
into, and that's the shoe print.
Yep.
In the hallway that they recovered or noticed. They enhanced it with amido black, which is it's a protein. It reacts with the proteins in blood. So, and it's real and clear in the affidavit if, in fact, the footprint was left in blood. But they do have this identified as coming from a Van-style shoe, and it's a diamond pattern. It looks like it. I don't know if it's a heel strike or toe strike, but if he's transferring blood off of the sole of that shoe and it's creating a print, that's very significant. And all of these items, we're talking about knives, we're talking about shoes, all these things. It doesn't take forensics to track this down. This is shoe leather on the part of the cops going out and just trying to determine, did he own these things? Is there a purchase history with these things? Vans are very specific. And I know a lot of college kids have. My college kids that I teach at Jacksonville State wear them. But, that's significant. Is it something that he owned? And the pattern on that shoe is distinctive to him, depending upon the wear pattern.
As you can see, there is so much evidence to sift through. And so far, all we've seen is a probable cause affidavit. What will come next? We wait as the evidence unfolds. Nancy Grace signing off. Goodbye, friend.
Nancy Grace signing off. Oh.
Hey, Sunny.
Yeah?
If you want to do the Delphi stuff, I'm getting something that I'm able to do about Idaho again, but I want to go back to it before we.
Okay, so you want me to show something from Delphi first?
Yeah, if you want to go into the Delphi stuff first, that's fine. I sent you one Delphi thing, but then I've sent you a couple things about Idaho, but it's kind of breaking right now, so I'm getting some information.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Let's see here. Breaking, police are searching trash. Original. Wait, what did he say? Because I thought he said is there breaking news in Idaho, or is he talking about the other case?
No, I've got some breaking news in Idaho, but I'm still getting some more information from it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine because in chat we'll just talk about a little bit about what's going on anyway from that podcast. So
okay.
Yeah. So now I think he was wrong there because he said footprint in the hallway. Thanks, Blue Rooster. So yeah, I think he mistakenly said that, right? Because he said in hallway when it was that footprint was outside, unless they're in the affidavit. I know, right? Way to create drama on there. Anyways, so is there anything in that podcast of Nancy Grace's that you guys wanted to talk about in regards to Idaho? I mean, obviously, the filter thing has been talked about as well, and they had someone in there I mean, for me personally, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, listen to the podcast, whatever. But I think that there's going to be like huge things between the car, his computer, and his phone. Let's talk. Let's talk about it. Let's get into it. Yeah. Let's 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 just get into it. Just get into it. Did I sound like Chris McDonough there? Shh. I know he has that little whistle on there. My husband actually, no offense, but whatever. My husband literally could never stand listening. Whenever I had him playing on the iPad, he's like, "Could you stop listening to the whistle guy?" And it's like, honey, you know. But anyways, is there anything from that Nancy Grace podcast? Because I still think that at the end of the day, he's going to be nailed in the coffin with all the evidence that's going to come out of that house. And there's probably more DNA than just that. Because remember, again, the affidavit only needs to show the bare minimum. And there's going to be stuff that they're going to have that's totally that we don't know about it. What I did like, okay, Deb, what I did like about Brian Enton is that he kind of went like, right to the roots there yesterday with Kaylee's sister and was like, hey, is there something you can tell us more about what happened, with Dylan? And if you know more about that, can you answer? And so I just like that he actually went to the questions that people really wanted to know if there was some answers to, I mean, it's one of those things that's like, part of me's going, ooh, way to go there, Brian, because it's one of those things they either are going to tell you about it, but chances are they were told not to talk about it, even if they did know more, regardless. But I like the fact of the questions that he asked, because those were the main point questions that a lot of people are wondering. So yeah, planting the sheath next to the girls would only take a few seconds. Nancy said he wouldn't have had time, but that's not true. Next to the girls would have, but not okay, right? Because I mean, I don't think he might like it. I don't see him going downstairs and then going back up with the sheath and planting it. I mean, it does seem. I mean, it just seems so sloppy though that literally someone would. I don't know. I guess when you're, I mean, he went in there and he at the end of the day killed 4 people. So who knows where someone's brain is at that point. I don't think, I mean, he was there about, I mean, who knows, but let's just say 12 to 16 minutes tops that he was in there. Okay, there was did that say that in the affidavit, Rose? There was a footprint outside of Dylan's room? I mean, for me personally, I feel like this guy has so much stacked against him that I don't think that they're gonna try to beat down the thing. But I think that common sense will overrule, the evidence will overrule any of that stuff in a sense, because it will be too strong. I don't see him getting out of this at all myself. I'm just my personal opinion. They did find a person. Okay. I couldn't remember. Again, there's a lot in the affidavit to sometimes put through the head. October 12th, Moscow film sold the slasher film Scream, considered iconic film. Wonder if he attended and got ideas. I think I don't know. October 12th, November. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, Rose, is that he was stalking that house. So the idea was already there previous to that, because he was stalking a house for 3 months. So that would kind of almost think that it was, that he had planned. He had basically set a plan in motion from the time that he started those 12 trips, at the minimum. It's incredibly lucky that out of the 3 times Dylan opened the door, she didn't encounter him until he was leaving. He passed the door 3 times. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. No, well, again, written in the stars, written in the cards, whichever way you want to call it. She and the other one, Bethany, are, at least there was 2 survivors out of that horrific tragedy. She gets on my who you talking about? Nancy Grace? Lisa, are you talking about Nancy Grace? And found cells in drain, so cleaned up. Not sure what that means. Oh, found cells in the drains, right? Yeah. Some sort of skin cells, obviously. Okay, let me go to back to the survey for a sec. Okay, so far, okay, so we have 29 that are talking about Papa Rogers as no idea, 13% say no, and 58% say yes. So was it Krista? I think it was Krista. Krista, you said you were in that Papa Rogers group, and Deb, you were in it as well, the bigger one. So I seen somewhere, I don't know a ton about Papa Rogers besides the snapshots. No, I read it. I mean, somebody sent me the postings and I read them all. And I don't know, for me, I just kind of felt like it was somebody injecting themselves, or somebody that was kind of, how there's those geeks out there that really like to, like those little, I don't know how to call them, there's some people take it a little bit more, in depth, and then there's people that just kind of read things, and then there's people that want to, do a whole survey on things and see how people are actually thinking and feeling and stuff like that. Oh, 10 to Life. Oh, Anna Lisa, I think is her name. I've watched her a few times. For me, she kind of reminds me of Open Secrets a little bit. So I'll just plead the fifth on that one. Could Brian have pretended to be an HVAC repair person and hidden a camera or something in the event? Any of that's possible, but Dylan said she didn't recognize him, but I don't know. I mean, that's probably more reaching, but you never know. Yes, I'm in that bigger group. Okay. So Deb, he was in this group and then he got booted from it. And why did he get booted from this group? Okay. So why did he get booted from this group? Oh, he talked about the white Elantra before it was announced. Talked about the sheath before he left. Okay. Well, you don't think then we'd be dealing with an extremely stupid criminal? If that was the case? You don't think it was insider information that we got off that, perhaps? Like they were talking about? Because we all know that there's leaks. I mean, on the podcast there, you could tell, like, some of them were like, you could tell too, were convinced that Brian is Papa Roger. Right. Right. So what takes that from being, say, someone that got information to being, I guess, Brian? Obviously, someone that has information that we're unaware of, like the Elantra or a sheath prior to it being dropped to us. does make anyone perk their ears up. But then again, we know with Delphi, we get fed information as well because of some of those same people that that let us know ahead of time, like about the bullet in the backyard or the bullet at the crime scene, and stuff like that, or the cat hair, that is more confidential information but leaked because there's always somebody that's willing to talk. Now, you said he stopped posting when arrested. So this Papa John was in a group, gets booted because he knows some facts that haven't come out there. Is that why he got booted? Is that legitimately why he got booted, though? Because people were going, oh, dude, like, you shouldn't know this stuff? Isn't that kind of weird a little bit, considering in Delphi, if you were talking about that stuff, everyone's like scooping it up. Like, how did you know that? How did you know that? Well, duh. So it's really the same thing in a sense of somebody that's talking that has more knowledge, perhaps, and because of leaked information and stuff. Like, hey, is there something in my hair here? Hey, oh no, it's just my hair. Okay. But anyways, let's see here. Agree with Deb. He couldn't help himself. It's obviously, I mean, and this could be very true. Did it say when he joined that Facebook group? Like, did he join it right away? I mean, I'm amazed he didn't create his own Facebook group. Well, he did, obviously, after the fact.
Sorry, I'm back.
Yeah. Welcome back.
So,
what you got?
What were y'all talking about?
Well, we were just talking about Papa Roger here and the fact of, we're talking about the Facebook group and the fact that he got booted.
So I've got a few things to share, but there's a longer interview that I believe I want to play it as soon as possible because it's been deleted and I don't know how long it'll take before this is deleted.
Okay.
So the very last thing I sent you in Messenger.
Yeah.
Hopefully it'll still play.
Okay.
And I said it's long, but you'll hear the part that I think is important.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it.
It says father of Idaho victim Kaylee Gonzalez speaks out.
Yeah. Okay. Let's.
This has been deleted from the original web. It was with King 5 News. It's been deleted. I've got some screenshots that I can show after, but I want to play the interview while we still can.
A dad who was a wonderful and beautiful woman. Can you tell me about Kaylee and what you miss most about her?
I miss what she meant to the family. She had a role in the family. You have 5 children, and you think that every child is unique and different, but they bring something to the family, and she knew where she fit in. She was the one who was the planner, the organizer, and always wanted to push the envelope a little bit. If we wanted to go on a week vacation, she wanted to make it 10 days. And if it was going to be to 1 country or 2 countries, she wanted to make it 5 or 6. So that's what we'll miss. Holidays, she was the one who wanted to do the gingerbread houses and push it. She knew me. I would just be like, I would use any excuse not to want to go and do that and just relax watching football and just kick back. But she knew to make memories, you got to do those type of things. So we'll miss that gift that she brought to us every single day. And she was a little ornery too, so we'll miss that as well. My family, we don't not everyone's just perfect. So good jokes and a little tease here and there, that's totally fine with us.
What did she love and what did she maybe not love?
You know what? She was the first one that stepped out and liked the country music, and we'd kind of razz her and we'd tease her a little bit because nobody else did, but that's how she was. She'd step out on that ledge all by herself. So she loved doing that and going to concerts and hanging with her friends. She'd go buy some goofy little barbecue her and a tent and an air mattress and think that she was gonna, spend a weekend out on the Gorge concert or some concert along those lines. So that's the main thing that we remember that, and no one else is really into country. They kind of got into country after her because she kind of forced us all to start listening to it. But she was like that Taylor Swift girl that loved that stuff and was playing it in her room as she was cleaning it all day long.
When you think about her and Maddie's friendship, I mean, two best friends who went off to school together, the fact that, and you said this in the vigil, that they were killed in the bed together. When you think about their friendship and what Maddie meant to you, will you tell me a little bit about that too?
I just read a letter where Maddie wrote to Kaylee talking about their friendship, and it was powerful. And they were beyond sisters, because sisters are, you kind of forced to get along. These two didn't, they weren't forced, but they were close enough to where, if they got mad and one was deciding to go somewhere else and the other didn't, they always patched up and they always got together and, planned these crazy trips that they did together. They were just like yin and yang, and it was nice because, Kaylee would come over to the house or over to their house, and then Maddie would come to our house, and then they were opposites. Like her house was empty and nice and quiet and peaceful. She could do her homework, but Maddie wanted to come over here and play with her sisters. And, I feel like a big sister in our house, and she was always good with the kids. So it really worked out to where it was just a natural fit.
Thinking about the fact that it's been 2 months without them, without your daughter, without Maddie, without these young Xana and Ethan, do you feel like you finally have some semblance of answers? And obviously the justice process hasn't happened, so innocent until proven guilty, but what are you feeling now that we know who the suspect is?
I feel relief. It was nearly 7 weeks of absolutely no clear guidance that we were on the right track. We had evidence. We knew there was evidence, but all that can mean nothing until you have a face and a personality to put it towards. So when we found that out, luckily it was in the middle of the night, 10:30. We were able to run around the house, wake everyone up and say, hey, you know what, we got this guy, we got somebody. But you tell yourself to be careful because you never know for sure. It's a defendant, and it's not done. There's still a lot more work to do. So that's where we're at now. We're ready for the next chapter to be, okay, we're going to go in and, we got the affidavit, and we've seen that it wasn't a page, it wasn't 2, it wasn't 3 or 4 or 5. It was long. I believe it's like 14 pages, maybe longer. And, you look at that and you're like, all right, it was worth the wait. And, they had a lot of evidence to show for that. So, we're on the right track, and there's still a long ways to go, but it feels good. It feels good to be where we are right now.
What was it like seeing him in court yesterday? What kind of sense did you get from his body language and the way that he acted?
I got a sense that he was shocked that he had messed up so bad. He had read that, and I think he knew how damaging it was, and he wasn't going to be able to explain a lot of that stuff very easily. He could, I'm sure he thinks he can, but I seen a man who looked defeated, and his body language looked like somebody in shock and dismay. So I think he knows how much he has to go against, and he's the reality of it setting in.
Do you think he didn't expect to find himself in this position?
Yeah, I totally believe he's somebody who's arrogant enough to think I can commit a crime and not think about the consequences, because the consequences go to people who don't get caught, who aren't as intelligent, as smart as me. And I've looked into his background. I've heard some of his best friends talk about how, he was very brash, and he had a sense of, superiority. So it's easy to think that when it's all in your head, you sound like, you're perfect. But then when the reality comes and you do something like this and you realize it only takes one mistake, we got a sheath right next to a body. Yeah, have fun with that. How are you going to explain that? It's got your DNA on it. So I think the reality of that, and a lot of digital forensics, cell phone records the FBI's put together is extremely impressive. So I think they're going to I think he's starting to realize that he's never going to see freedom ever again.
What would you say to him? And I heard you, I think it was on the News Nation interview yesterday with Christy, say, we will forgive him. I mean, that's a surprising thing, I think, for a lot of parents to hear. I mean, tell me a little bit about that forgiveness.
I think as a family, you have a big family, you got to learn to forgive. And, kids make mistakes and you learn as a parent, that's part of the process. But we've all known in our family, there's nothing more hard to get over. It is when you decide to take somebody's life, you've taken their opportunity to ask for forgiveness from other people. And, that's the end. I said it, you play God that day when you do that. And when you go and do something like that, the responsibility is you're going to have to take that person's place if you've done it in a fashion that is unfair and unjust. And I think that's what the court will be determining, was this unfair and unjust. And once that's determined, then that's what the law is there for. So, yeah, but we will forgive. We're not going to walk around with darkness in our heart for the rest of our lives and, have his name written there like a tattoo on our consciousness. So, yeah, you have to forget. At least I feel you have to forgive. Otherwise, it's just a cancer inside you. And I'm not willing to live with that inside me.
I know everybody's been asking you this question, but do you know of any connections between Kaylee and any of the victims and this individual?
To me, it's like 9-10 miles. I'd be shocked if these guys didn't cross each other in grocery stores and just everyday life. So I'm not going to be that surprised that there's going to be some type of thing that comes up in, I've said it, whether it's grocery store or coffee or something. If he was over there for a year, I'm assuming that he followed them and he may have figured out what their patterns are. And then, he tries to bump into them, or he tries to hang out in those spots and, coordinate, trying to cross in. But I don't know how important they really are at this point. I just know that it happened and we may figure it out as the case develops.
Saying,
look at that from, I think
pause it
everybody
for
in
real
America
quick.
is like, that's the next question, right? Is why.
So the pertinent thing that I want you to hear is going to come up in the next minute.
Okay.
All right.
Go back to playing it.
Oh yeah. It's going to
Okay.
come up around the 10:30 mark.
Okay.
Why them? Like, why would he target these people who he had no ties to? And it just feels like such rage to do that to somebody, to 4 people.
Yeah, and that kind of just tells you who he was, because he wasn't tied to everyone in that room. Ethan wasn't supposed to even be there. And, from what Ethan went through, that this guy just wasn't a man of character. He was just poorly built. And, there isn't going to be some kind of connection that I would think that would explain this.
You don't think there's going to be some kind of connection that will explain this?
No, what kind would? My girl's bullying him, or what kind of behavior could explain somebody being this brutal to another human being? He was probably obsessed with just their overall looks and their social media accounts and the fact that they were close.
Makes you sick. It's sickening, I'm sure, to see the information that came out in the affidavit about how he had been by the house multiple times prior to the murders as well. I don't know if you guys knew that early on.
Yeah, and close enough that he was touching their Wi-Fi. That his phone was touching their Wi-Fi. Yeah, so you know how close that is. If you've had a laptop, you walk out in your front yard, you're not going to get too far. So
I don't think I saw that part. Wow. Again, similar to the connection, but motive. Any indication as to, like you said, there's nothing that can explain this, and you can't make sense out of something that doesn't make sense. But any motive that you guys have gleaned from all of this?
I'd just be guessing, but he taught a class that studied killers and how they did these things. I think he thought in his little fantasy world that he was going to teach a class where he actually did it. No one had a clue. And then that gave him a sense of superiority. Like you're getting your grades, graded by somebody who actually has lived this lifestyle. So, but that would just be my guess though.
When things like this happen and suspects are found, I think so often the media attention turns to the suspect, and we don't want to glorify and we don't want to keep plastering his picture. I mean, I don't know how much of the news you've been watching, but what can we do to better serve the victims and their families to ensure that we're continuing to highlight them? And what message do you have for people that are going to watch this story?
My message is that, I'm here for my daughter and Maddie, but there's two other people that are just as important, and their kids went through just as much, and their losses are just as real. So I think, as a media, you can show those other people that they're just as important and they're in the spotlight as well. And, their parents have chosen to do it more private. And I totally respect that. I'm usually a very private person, but in this case, it was a situation where I felt like I was going to be required to come out and make sure that the story didn't die, and we built some momentum and we got everyone involved that we possibly could. But the media, don't glorify this guy. It's going to be hard, putting his face in his picture. We just don't want to create another breed of these guys. There's Netflix videos right now. We know what they are that glorify these type of people, give them, Hollywood fame, and they concentrate on them and not the victims at all. And the story is all about them. So I hope this story here is all about these kids and how they did everything wrong. I mean, they did everything right, and somehow this turned out wrong. So we have to look at, like, what do we got to do in society to where we can identify people and make sure that we catch them before we lose such a powerful set of people, or even one person is unreplaceable. So I think society needs to kind of do an audit check on itself and figure out what our priorities are, and is this going to go away on its own? I don't think so. I think we need to come together and figure out a way to treat people that have these conditions and identify them.
Steve, since the affidavit came out too, everybody's been talking about one of the girls' roommates. You can't imagine what a young girl is going through when something like that happens. What is your take on the fact that the guy walked past her and she didn't call 911 for several hours and she'd heard some things? I mean, what's your take on all that?
I know one time in the past that somebody was pretending to break into my house, and Kaylee hid under her bed and called, 911, and was too scared to even talk. And then she called me at work, and I prepared her to jump out that window because I didn't know that it was a practical joke. So I think that's a natural thing for girls to freeze up and lock up and, put themselves in a position of safety. And I don't hold that against them. I've already checked into the, could they have lived? Was it a slow bleed out or something? And it wasn't. So there's one bad guy here that I have to focus on. All those other things will slowly come out. I'm sure they catch other people's attention, but for me, I really have to focus on the individual who is responsible for this. And that is a big enough challenge and obstacle that we have to overcome than to worry about, two girls that, were just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, it's like people are trying to cast blame and question why, and you just can't put yourself in their shoes. Sounds like maybe the girl was traumatized. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Hollywood makes it look like a girl will just do some karate move and chop it and knock this, knife out of his hands. In reality, she saved her own life by just being quiet and hiding, and that's a survival instinct. And I don't want to turn it into. I mean, there's so many people who have had their lives dragged through some mud in this case, and the Jacks and everything. They're innocent, and I think media sometimes forgets to go clear those people up and reach out to them and say, hey, is there anything we can do to help you guys get your lives back on track? Because they've been through a lot, and I've always tried to make sure that we we address that and let people know that these people are completely innocent, and they've gotten death threats, and people have treated them bad. And, there's somebody out there that can fix that and make that right. So, offer them a job, offer them an internship, put them back on track. So college can be an uplifting thing. That's what it should be for.
I guess, are you fairly confident in the fact that law enforcement has the right guy and that they went through the proper steps?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it took forever for me, but I think how many agents do we have? We have like 60 some agents. So if there was ever a dream team to solve a crime and put it together correctly, we got them. So that's why I just sit back and now it's just going to be a slow drag. And hopefully when we go to court, it doesn't turn into a circus show of, this guy and a prosecutor, all this stuff just goes cleanly and it's not turned into, a drama.
Yeah. I'm sure it's, looking back, hindsight, it's like it was so frustrating during the process of how they were keeping information so close to the vest and not releasing a lot. I mean, I know you guys were more in the know than the public and the media, but I'm sure even you were like begging for answers.
Yeah. And when you have answers and you can't share them, it's really hard too. It's hard on the other side. So, I knew Jack D had DNA, and I was just so puzzled that they wouldn't come out and clear it. But I'm sure they had strong reason. But I just didn't know at the time, and it was hard for me.
Last question would be just like, how are you guys? I know you said relief. I'm sure you're exhausted. How are you feeling, and what's next?
What's next is as a family, we're gonna come together and figure out the schedule. I'm going to lean on Shannon for that because, he has a lot more experience. It's not even comparable. So, this is what happens when you get the right legal counsel. You can go through this process and you're not alone. You have somebody there that has experience, and then your team has actually got experience. And that's one thing I said at the beginning is we couldn't do this alone. It's too big. You got 4 people. If another parent, heaven forbid, goes through this, don't try to do it on yourself. Go out there if you can. If you can find the right people, build a team up, and then you can have a bad day and somebody else can step in your place. And that's what this court will be. One day it'll be me, one day it'll be mom, one day it'll be my son, my daughters. Not the younger ones. I probably won't let them, even though they'll ask. But I'll work with Shannon and make sure that none of us are exposed to anything that's too gruesome, and we'll go from there.
I'm so sorry for what you went through and are going through. Just know that the nation and the world are really supporting you guys. I know you know that, but I'm really appreciative of you being willing to share with the media. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Morgan.
Yeah, take care, you guys. We'll be in touch.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Okay.
Now, one second. When did that come about? Because I remember watching that. Or at least...
No, that was tonight, and it was taken down almost immediately. So I sent you a couple screenshots that I don't know if you want to put up or not.
Well, yeah, because there was legitly things there that I was watching on another thing, because I remember him. So unless he was just saying those same things, I was like having that deja vu.
Yeah, this was. I can tell you exactly when it was. It was 4 hours. Wait, how much? 3 hours ago. That was posted.
It was posted.
So yeah, he repeated a lot of things on there, but he added this one detail in it.
Yeah.
That never been spoken before, and this can be argued both ways. But if you look at like a couple of the screenshots I found interesting, they and I'm assuming everyone knows the part of it that I picked up on.
Yeah. Is this repeating itself? I think it's. How many screenshots did you see?
And Deb, did you watch the part with the Wi-Fi? Because there was an earlier video done today by the same thing, where that was not included.
Let me see here.
it was 3 hours ago, but I found it very interesting that, I mean, you heard the whole interview. Nothing in it was controversial. And for what reason would you take the video down, right?
Right.
And it could be looked at in two different ways, and I just wanted to discuss it because it was sent to me, and it was something that I find interesting. And so like that came from Twitter, and this was someone who like picked up on it right away. Everyone, it's been deleted, and even the screen replays of it have been deleted. So that's why I tried to get this as quick as possible. But they pulled the video down, but Steve Gonzalez said seeing the phone was touching their Wi-Fi. Nerdy Addict says tampering with or fabricating evidence likely is that that's a different thing. Sorry. Watch the whole interview. She's asking Steve about being in her house multiple times. Steve says
which one are you? Do I have the screenshot up to what you're reading?
Well, I was just going through them all.
Okay, wait. Which is your first one?
Where's that one?
Is it?
I got it. Kaylee Gonzalez's father, Bryan Kohberger, was touching their Wi-Fi in an interview with King 5. We will need some clarification, and this is important because if Bryan had the password to their Wi-Fi, he was either provided it, observed it physically, or the wireless router while there, or hacked it. And this is only if their Wi-Fi was public or private. And no one has the definitive answer to that. Other than we know Kaylee and her dad were in IT, and this was a college town. They may have had a guest Wi-Fi. I know for my Wi-Fi, like I have my Wi-Fi, and then there's a guest option. So it could be important, or it could mean nothing. The part I found interesting was that not long after he provided those statements, the news station removed the video in its entirety. And to me, that is what stands out. Again, could mean nothing, but why remove that video? Because you listened and watched the entire thing. And I can't think of one possible thing in that video that would have caused them to take that video down, other than the fact that there was a mention about something we'd not heard of before, and that was the Wi-Fi thing. And speculatively, I'm like, what would cause them to take down a pretty, I thought pretty nice interview about just the victims. And the stuff he said about Kaylee and Maddie was beautiful, and even the other victims. I just don't see why a news channel would take that footage, would take that entire interview offline. With the exception of the fact that there was this one thing. So the caveat is that it all matters whether the Wi-Fi was protected.
You're muffled.
It all matters why the Wi-Fi. It all matters if the Wi-Fi was protected or if it was not. Because you can touch on someone's DNA if it's not a protected Wi-Fi.
You can touch on someone's DNA if it's not.
Or Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
If it's not protected. If their Wi-Fi was password protected and he was able to touch on it, that makes a big difference. Because it points to there being a connection. And we know the Gonzalez family has said that they've seen a connection between Kaylee and the suspect.
I don't know why you keep going muffled.
Oh, I don't either.
Yeah, it's almost like.
Am I too far away? Is that what it was?
Yeah, it's not. I don't know, but it's going. You start coming out. Oh, my face just froze there.
Is it better now that I'm closer?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just too far away, I guess. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
And there's of course now a lot of speculation going around online about this, but you know, it's one thing to be close enough to a Wi-Fi signal to touch on it, but if it's a closed Wi-Fi system, you're not going to be able to access it. So it could be a piece of the puzzle.
If you try to connect to a password protected Wi-Fi, can the police know if that failed?
Right.
Would that is that storage in your phone that kind of, you know?
Well, we already knew that he was in the proximity of the house 12 times.
Yeah.
But I mean, the fact that, that Steve made a point to say that the phone, touched their Wi-Fi. I mean, that's to me super specific, not just in the vicinity. Like, Kaylee's sister in that interview last night with Bryan, she said she was on the phone the day on August 21st with Kaylee, not knowing that this guy was probably watching
Adam,
Kaylee.
I don't know what it is, but for whatever reason, your mic is going in and out, and you're talking, and then it's normal, and then it gets muffled, and then it comes back normal. I'm not sure.
Is it better now?
Yeah, but it keeps being better, and then for some reason it's going into muffled. Not sure.
We know that Kaylee's sister, Olivia, said on Bryan last night that she knew she was on the phone on August 21st with Kaylee during the time that, Bryan was probably watching her. She never stated anything about being close enough to be touching to the Wi-Fi, anything like that. This was the first mention we've had of a family member saying anything about their Wi-Fi. And that's why I found it to be relevant, possibly. And then the fact that a news channel removed a 19-minute interview with her father can anyone else think of another reason in that interview they would have taken that down?
Right.
So it could be nothing, or it could be relevant. It's just...
right. I mean, at the end of the day, it could have been information that they didn't want out there, which was that part. Who knows? Maybe they'll edit it, put the rest back up. Maybe they won't. Maybe that's not even the reason. But, I mean, it's one of those things that's out there now, and obviously, if it wasn't said like that before, then now it is. And
right.
It's a weird term, though.
Yes. Touch. And I wanted to make sure I wanted to make sure that I could record it and get it out there before that was taken down as well, because the original video was taken down. This was someone that had screen recorded it and put it out, and I'm assuming that'll be taken down as well. But I just, timely wise, wanted to get it out there so that everyone could have the information.
Yeah.
I think clearly it's something he'll have to probably expand on. I mean, what are everyone else's thoughts? Like, am I just crazy? Is there nothing to that?
Adam, don't even put that in the start of the conversation. Of course.
Well, no, I mean I'm not. But I mean, I mean, why take a 19-minute video down that was innocuous? Other than that, right? And to me, and that's what I like, Austin. To me, it all depends on if the Wi-Fi was private and password protected, or if it was open and public. I mean, we know that Kaylee and her father are in IT, and Kaylee, so that was the only thing that I would assume that theirs would be password protected, unless they had a guest option.
Right.
Am I still muffled?
No, it's better.
All right.
Peas in a Pod says double check the affidavit.
Yes, the affidavit states that he was in the proximity. His phone pinged near the house. It never states that he touched in the Wi-Fi.
Right.
So, if it was nothing, then I apologize. But it's a piece of it's a piece that we had not heard before, and even if it comes to mean nothing, I'm glad that we were able to share it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was, it's a heartbreaking interview, and he's a strong man, got a, obviously a huge sense of family, and wanted to come out, like you said, make sure that this case wasn't going to, which it didn't, obviously, more of a spokesperson. And like I said, where some of the other ones stayed quiet or whatever. I respect him, for what his fight, because it's at the end of the day, it's the fight against, trying to get someone arrested that's did something to these 4 beautiful children. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the Dylan Rounds case. The mom's the strong one that came out of the family in a sense for the most part, and it was like, yeah, no one's gonna forget about Dylan Rounds, and we're gonna keep fighting for justice. And I mean, in all fairness, his little leaks, his little things that he said is, kind of given it's like little info bits kind of thing. I don't know. Just feel really bad for the families and him, and you watch stuff like that when, and your heart's breaking the entire time he's talking, because all I'm picturing is, of course, all of them, but Kaylee especially at that particular moment. As for the relevance of that, who knows? It's obviously odd if they took it down. Don't know. Maybe they'll edit that part out and it'll come back up, like I said, or maybe, who knows? Why would you take something down though, right? Like, why would you?
That was my question.
Yeah. So going back to these screenshots here, so was it just the fact that let's see here. Brittany says, watch the whole interview. She asked Steve about him being around the house multiple times before Steve says he was close enough that he touched their Wi-Fi. So not the night of the M, but have questions of him being that to the home, that close, I'm sure that says close to the home. What's this one? I've taken screen from the clip on the YouTube. They pulled the video. So that one's just showing video unavailable. Okay, this is Sir Nerdy Addict. Okay. Father says Bryan Kohberger was touching. Okay. So they're just really all things saying that. Does it make, I mean, the word touching is just so weird to me.
Exactly.
Touching. It's a strange word to use.
And I was asking a tech friend of mine what that can mean, and she said, to me it means there's more to this than we know, and yeah. She agreed. She said them removing that video so quickly probably means that there was something about that they didn't want out there. So I put it out. No, I'm kidding.
And the whole internet sleuth world will know always within a few hours. It'll be all over.
Right. Well, and they've deleted it from every site. I could only find it one place, and I have a feeling that'll be taken down pretty quickly. So.
Well, it's not like they can take it off of this live.
No, that's why I screen. That's why I want you to play it as soon as possible. Even though I screen recorded it, I just knew I couldn't.
Right.
I knew I couldn't send it to you in Messenger with that long.
No, right, exactly.
So, what are everyone's thoughts in chat about it? You think there's something to it? Do you think there's nothing to it?
I don't think it violated the gag order because the gag order isn't placed on the family.
Yep. And if I would never have put out a leak if it had come from law enforcement.
It is, that's the heart. I think even when whatchamacallit, Kaylee's, which sister of that was Kaylee's that was on that interview?
Olivia,
yeah.
And that interview was at 9:45 p.m. Eastern tonight, so it was new. There was one earlier today, like I think Deb might have been talking about, where they did not mention the Wi-Fi, but the interview that they put out tonight and then took down was from 9:45 tonight.
Okay. There's always somebody that's got their screen recording on, for sure.
Right. And then I did want to dispel as well, because I know we have other cases to talk about, but a picture came out today that people are claiming is Dylan jogging. It was put out by Daily Mail. I don't think it's her. I think it's once again an example of the Daily Fail putting out something as fact that is not true, and shame on them. Unless
whatever sells to them, right? It's all about the sales. It's all about the sales.
No, to me, it looks nothing like her. I don't think it's her. Right. And it's, again, and they threw another girl that's now going to have to come out there and be like, "Oh, that was me, not her." That's going to be thrown into this case. Shame on them.
Ira says, but parents, if they share info that is close to the case, prosecution would want it pulled in the case of a gag order. Again, it's one thing to put out stuff there if you're, like for instance, the Bryan Kohberger and the Vigil guy, and you're putting it out there for the purpose of you really do have an inclination that possibly, this might be it. What do you guys think? And then there's just those videos that come out because they're just there to make a buck, or like the Daily Mail, that no matter what are in it for the money. It's not about people for the Daily Mail. It's just about trash and gossip and drama will always win, in a sense, when it comes to stuff. And so to me, like I said, it's about kind of doing things, whatever. I don't know. I just call it morally correct. Either you're doing it for a genuine reason and you're, not trying to rake off of the cases. You're just trying to bring out some information. But you're not doing it for the purpose of, like, Mr. Jonathan Lee Riches. Mr. Jonathan Lee. What a name. That's not his last name. That has to have been changed. There's no way.
Well, you would know.
Jonathan Lee Riches investigates. Take a look. There's something about that. It's kind of like Greeno. There's something about that guy too it's like irritating, but yet I don't know. Just This reminds me of Greeno. I don't know. Greeno just comes off more like a Slimer. Even though the other guy has more Slimer background.
Well, I mean, Jonathan Lee Rich's hat says media, much bigger than Greeno's, said Greeno's production.
I know before that, he has one that says like FBI or whatever or something on it.
Bounty.
No, there's one that said FBI. Yeah. Not Greeno, Rich's.
Oh, yeah, and his shirt says press.
Yeah, right. Little con man. Yeah, he is his own biggest fan. And, the thing is that, like I said, I mean, I'm just going to, like, regardless about him or not, it's just a fact, like Greeno, we saw people get sucked in. Like, for me, it makes me puke personally to watch females get sucked in to someone like a Greeno. And yet it happens all the time. It's like, hey, is he paying attention to me? Hey, did he say my name? And then he feeds off of that, and it's just like, and it's no different than watching little dude there keep popping out his videos every couple hours. And it's like, look, here's my 1 minute video. Look at this. There's a shoe mark. But check it out for yourselves. And it's like a salesman, that's selling it, pretending like they truly care. You can't tell me that this con man is truly caring, that spent 10 years in jail for wire fraud, for being, for literally suing over 2,000 and something people. Come on, who's buying it? And yet there's people that do. Oh, Jonathan, you do such great videos. Just love your work. Thank you for being who you are. Ugh. I mean, whatever. I mean, that's the way he rolls on his channel and stuff like that. So be it, But I know a con when I see a con.
Oh yeah, and he's on the Brian Walsh case now. I saw.
Oh, of course he is. Of course he is, and those videos are gonna pop out like 10 every day. With something. Now that is someone that is writing the case for genuine selfish purposes.
How's he getting across the country so fast?
I know.
Because he's not taking a Pennsylvania State Police plane, because we know how long those take.
Well, the thing is that he's getting rewarded by it. But so, I mean, at least he's doing something. At least he's not just sitting at home on his computer, doing. At least he's actually doing something. So there's a little bit there for him. Huh. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. And then I sent you the pictures of Dylan. If people want to look at them and see what their thoughts are, we can show them.
Yeah.
Purdue. Like I know, Purdue. When we talked about it the other night, we were adamant to say, we don't endorse these. We don't say they're real. We don't know if they're real, but they were being talked about all over. People were asking us about them, and we put every trigger warning in the world out before we played any of it. And I just, we know how important it is to be sensitive to the family, and trust me that it wasn't easy to listen to, and it might not be real.
And the thing is, actually, I got a couple of things to say to that, because I hate it when people preach stuff. I really do. I'm not speaking just to Purdue here, but I'm speaking to anyone. No. Did you watch it? Did you watch it yourself? And why is somebody comparing your morals to my morals? Who deemed someone that they're the moral police of what our morals are? So I actually take offense to that comment, in a sense, because it's offensive that someone preaches about what somebody else's morals should be like, when especially like Purdue, I'm not really trying to take this out on you. I'm just meaning in general. It's just one of those things. This is our show. We try to do everything as morally correct as possible. It was completely said. It was actually supposed to be in members, to be honest with you. But the thing is that for somebody else to put their morals or deem it as whatever, and then question that, did you watch it yourself? And if so, then how did you have the morals to actually watch it yourself as well?
No. And we handled it very moralistic.
I think we handled
we
it
might have
very
been talking about Jonathan Lee Richards.
Pardon?
I said, and she may have been talking about Jonathan Lee Richards because
No.
I mean we handled it.
She wasn't.
Because we presented it in a very.
I'm fine with how we presented it,
Yeah,
morally and ethically and everything.
Absolutely.
I'm fine. And
It's true.
yes, and I'm gonna tell you right now. After I looked at it yesterday, that video is fake. I don't want to say fake. It's a real video, but the girl did put out that this was footage from her place to show that was actually an argument that she overheard at her thing. It literally says it, but the thing is, it's on such small writing that I literally had to sit there and go, like, struggle to read what it said. And it said that. So whether people still want to believe that it is part of it because of the dog barking, but once I seen who the real person that posted it was, or meaning the video, and it had the words on it versus the TikTok one that you had sent, did it have it on there too? But it was so small. It was so small. You couldn't make hide nor hair out of it. Anyways, again,
I just
when it comes to morals and stuff like that, again, like I said, we're not here to rake off of the cases and whatever, but we choose what we want to put up or not put up. And it was one of those things that people could decide for themselves. It was around the internet. It was already out there. And if people listen to it themselves and then preach morals, then they're just as guilty.
Well,
so,
I want to say that, the human part of it is not the families. That's not lost on us. We put that information out there saying we didn't know if it was true. We didn't endorse it. It was going around. And sadly, with true crime, sometimes things aren't pretty. I mean, Purdue knows this. I mean, we've had to discuss details of different crimes, including Delphi, that if I'm a family member, I wouldn't want to hear. But that's why, they of course have their choice on what to listen to. But a true crime channel is always going to have to, unfortunately, deal with some things that aren't easy to listen to or hear. And, we try to be as sensitive as possible when it comes to that. And with the information like, with what that audio was, we said, right off the bat, if this is true, it's horrific. And I would never want to hear it as a family member. We put several trigger warnings. And, and if it was true, then, my gosh.
Well,
I can't imagine.
Again, it really, for me, it really comes down to my morals might not be your morals or this morals. As a channel, we decide what we're going to do.
Absolutely.
And we try to do the utmost care. And that's where the bottom line of it is. I
know Purdue has,
I know she's sensitive.
I know she's good. And I know she has the utmost.
Of course she does.
Morals. So.
Of course she does.
I respect her.
But her moral standard is different. Her moral standard is obviously we're not the same people. So
no.
What she deems as might be inappropriate to do. It doesn't matter because again, we give warnings. You don't have to watch it.
Right.
She made a statement. I'm answering that statement. You're answering that statement, and that's where I'll let it lie. Because again, we're not here to please everybody all the time. That's just not going to happen.
Right. But I know Purdue knows our morals as well.
Yeah, but I'm not here to. She knows this exactly. Absolutely. Again, but it's just kind of like when you see something put up there in the words, and Purdue's a great person with a kind heart behind it. So something like that might be, well, Like I said, why would you play that video if you have about the morals of it and stuff like that? But again, that just then it becomes about, well, your moral standard and my moral standard might be a different, because of course I have morals. But the thing is, it's kind of like with that video audio, it was just really one of those things, to be honest with you, regardless, make a choice. Either you can believe it's real, do your homework, so put it out, whatever. Again, I get it. No family member is going to want to listen to it if it's real. It's not from the 112, apparently. I mean, from what the person had put on the thing. She didn't message me back, however. I did message her on Messenger, the poster, just to say, hey, did you want to come on the live, whatever, anything like that. Never heard back from her. But at the end of the day, so I sat there reading the titles that she had on it, and according to the person that posted it, yes, there's a dog barking. It's an argument. So weird though that there's an Elantra or whatever. There was an argument that was happening, and she wanted to show the whatever. Now, again, anyone can read what they want into it. I mean, someone could have just said, hey, this is from this, but really it is from that. Who knows? Again, with that one, with that audio, each to their own. Believe it or don't believe it. I'm going to go with the fact, I mean, as real as it sounded, because I think a lot of us that really do have a lot of, like common sense and whatever, the audio is real. Someone is on there screaming. But because of the dog barking and because of the affidavit, it made sense that it was quite possibly true. But I'm going to deem it as not true, just because of the fact that I know I heard the word Austin in there. There is a name Austin in there. I'm going to deem it as not true. I don't know what you guys are going to deem it as.
Well, that's what we said. Everyone will be their own judge, and time will tell. But I did put the pictures of Dylan that the Daily Mail is.
Okay, I haven't seen those.
So I thought if you want to put them up and let everyone be their own judge, like we do with certain things that we don't know to be true.
That does not look like Dylan, does it?
But that was my thought, but I figured we should. It's the Daily Mail, so I figured we could let everyone decide.
Oh, I hear my husband back. I watch too many crime channels, and this is the kindest. Thank you, Krista. Yeah, and again, I mean, when I feel a little bit on the defensive there, Purdue knows she's a great lady, great person, and whatever. It really boils down to, when people know who we are as a person in general, and then I feel like I'm being attacked for something versus the people as the good, kind human that I know I am, and I know Adam is, and I know Purdue is. It just becomes about what different people do, right? Because this is our channel, we can decide, and we can decide what moral level we deem it. But somebody else doesn't have to deem it that way. But then somebody else doesn't also has to watch it either. But at the end of the day, it just comes down to, what we choose to do and what we put on. And we like to think of ourselves as morally and ethically to try to do things the best we can, but we're not perfect either. Do I regret it, putting that video out? No, because it was one of those things, is that either you decide if it's true or you decide if it's not. It just really was one of those things. Let me bring up those pictures. Oh, my husband's here too.
Uh-oh.
1 second.
That's always trouble.
Well, I know it totally means like matzo burger.
Oh, it's dinner time. Not time to go to bed.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, thank you. Sorry about the noise. I was just trying to pull up the pictures quickly. Okay, let me okay. So I mean, let's just go to a picture where they have of her. Okay, that is not a good picture. That is not a good picture. Adam, Or no, I'll do it. 1 second. Let me put my thing down. Let me go find a better picture of Dylan.
Those are from the Daily Mail, yeah.
Yeah, 1 second. Oh, my mouse. Come on, mouse. Let me go do that. Because that's not a good picture. What's it called again?
Daily Mail?
No, Dylan.
Mortensen.
Yeah. Maine, Idaho. I just want to find a better picture. Forgive me. Okay. Can't show that one because there's duck lips. Okay, this one. Okay. Maybe this one. You know, I was looking for pictures from her the other day and there wasn't a ton on. You know, like when you just Google images. I mean, she's in the 4 of them, but like, okay, that one, no. Okay, and maybe I'll pull up this one as well. And I mean, if anyone, it looked like it was probably been more of poor Zana there. Whoops. No, I didn't mean to open you. Close. 1 second. Okay. Sent. Okay. So let's just take this picture here. And hold on. Let me go copy this one. Here, we'll go back here to this one. Well, I mean, there was lips. Hold on. I mean, Dylan has like, it's almost like she has Botox or something in her lips. I'm not sure. Because she has like these puffier lips. Or if they're just naturally that way. Because there's a picture where she totally kind of makes like this ducky face a little bit.
I'm just saying, but when you jog, I mean, make the motion of yourself jogging right now, Sonny. What would you do? Your lips go out. So anyone's gonna have your lips when they're jogging.
No. Who thinks like that? And do I even picture my lips when I'm jogging?
Right. If I'm jogging, your lips are out because you're breathing out of your mouth. So your lips expand.
No, but her lips. Okay, I'll show you. I guess I'll show you what I'm talking about. Is why, because the girl's lips go out. I mean, I'm just looking at the eyebrows and the whole profile.
Right.
But it's when I'm just gonna quickly slide this one in here, and then open. And so I'm thinking like this one right here, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This is what I'm calling the duck one a little bit because it's kind of like when somebody kind of makes that with their lips.
Like this.
Huh? Yeah. Like, what? Sorry, I gotta find you, Adam. 1 sec. Okay. Shoot, Adam, where are you? Okay. Like what? I only jogged to the refrigerator.
But
right.
So her lips naturally do that. That's only what I was saying was her lips naturally go. You know, whereas like anyone when they're jogging, when they're breathing out of their mouth, their lips go.
I don't know. I've never ever thought of my lips and how they were ever until you just said
breathe out of your mouth, your lips go out.
But I don't know. I don't know. Do you guys think it looks like her?
I don't think it.
I mean, okay, hold on. Let's look. Come on, give us some earlobes or something.
If you go to the actual Daily Mail article, there's 17 pictures. I just sent you a few because I just couldn't. I mean, I don't think it's her. I mean, personally, and judging by the website that it came from, it made me.
Well, yeah. I mean, you never trust those. But I don't know. Hold on.
And if it is her, what does it matter, right? You know, she's
I mean,
jogging.
right. I mean, right. I mean, who cares? Looking at the.
I just saw it going around today, and a lot of people were like, "Is it her? Is it not her?" And
You know what? And honestly, I can see where someone could kind of think so. I don't think that I think so. I don't think it's close enough, but I don't know. And I actually don't care because who
right,
cares? Who cares that she's jogging? Yes, it looks like
exactly.
yeah, it kind of does, Deb. If I'm just trying to picture, does anyone have a picture of her with her? The jogger is prettier, looks prettier though in my info.
Yeah, but I'm like, at the end of the day, I'm like, why does it matter if she's jogging?
You know, yeah. I mean, right? Unless there's like a point to it, unless there's a point to it, I don't know. Um, there's no purpose of caring if she was
Right.
jogging or not.
I think their point was that it was the first time she's been seen publicly.
Yeah, yeah. Um,
But I still don't know if that's actually her. And if it is, oh well.
mhm. Thanks, Joan. Turd. It makes me laugh every time I say it. Like the lock picking lord, they say. Master Lock calls him, you know who, because he picked every one of their locks. And like, geez. Mouth breathers. Okay. Is there anything more you want to cover with Idaho?
I mean, yes, but I mean, not like
I
not.
mean, it's I know, right? Right. Let's see here. Well, whatchamacallit? Crime Sleuthin sent me that little bit of a video from Brian Walsh there. Let me see if I can find
Is it the same one I sent you?
um
Oh, it doesn't matter.
I don't know.
You don't. No, you don't have to. You don't have to look because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't see the one that you said. Oh, I see.
I sent you
Maybe
several.
did you? Yours is like a Twitter one or something?
No, I sent you several. The most recent one I sent you was the most recent one that came out 55 minutes ago. But
Okay.
if you go back, I sent you several today.
Okay, well, let me go to the one that she had sent first of all, and if it is the same, then it is. YouTube. Okay. Do I have that one open still? I thought I had it open still. One sec. Just one sec. And how long? Okay, this one's 5 minutes. Copy. This one's 5 minutes, and no, I don't. Oh, come on, me. What the heck am I doing? Misclicking here. Let's play that one. That way I can have my mott severed. So that, I think I did close. Oh no, I had it open. Yeah, it was right here the whole time. Okay. Stop screen. Okay, so this is to do with the Brian Walsh case that's going on. Hey Alexa. Screen 5. Share. Bigger. Play. Off screen. My fingers aren't working too well. Okay, well, that thing had no audio whatsoever. And obviously they're looking for something. Before we should have started that, I don't know much about the case yet. Can you give us a gist? Like, I don't know. Like, this is the case you said you're following or whatever, but I don't know enough about it to speak a little bit on it even. I know that. Yeah, like
well, I just started looking into it today, so that's why I sent the news articles, because I thought they would tell us the gist of it.
Oh, but so like you literally don't know the gist though? Like
that's why I sent you all the articles. That's why I sent you.
So, wife is missing, presumed.
She went missing on New Year's Day.
Okay.
Mother of 3.
Yeah.
And the husband was arrested today for interfering with a police investigation.
Okay.
There apparently was some sort of knife found. Originally, people were saying it was in the basement. I'm hearing that it was really not found in the basement. He spent $450 on cleaning supplies, and as of tonight, they are searching landfills. And I said, if you look through just the last 10 messages or so of ours, you'll see a couple of good news articles and videos. One of them is the Inquisitor's video, which I didn't hear back from him yet if we could play. So but there's some good news articles and news clips we can play.
Okay, I see this one that's 11 seconds long. It's Twitter.
No. Let me go back.
Yeah, I see this Twitter one, Adam.
No.
I think you're talking about this one here, perhaps. What's this one? This is an article. Okay, well, let's go to this, which I'm just going back to this one here, I think. It says Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh's husband. 5 fast facts you need to know.
Here's one from Long Crime I'm going to resend you.
Okay.
This was one of the first ones I sent you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let me.
Okay, there's the Long Crime one I first sent you.
Okay. Let me pull up that one for a second here. Again, we're just learning of this case, really. I seen it the other day myself. Hadn't actually, I didn't really know what it was about. I just seen that some guy was arrested. Obviously, I knew that it was kind of like a big thing that was coming out. But
and then I'm gonna resend you the article that I sent you, and then I'm gonna resend you another video about it.
Okay. So this one is a couple minutes long, obviously here. So we'll hit play to this one.
Man is being held on $500,000 bail for misleading investigators in the search for his missing wife. All this comes as investigators reveal a bloody knife is discovered in his basement. 46-year-old Bryan Walsh was arraigned in Quincy District Court Monday morning on 1 count of misleading a police investigation. This comes more than a week after his wife, 39-year-old Anna Walsh, was last seen. Investigators say Bryan Walsh reported his wife missing on January 4th. Saying she was last seen on New Year's Day. Investigators say Anna Walsh was set to take a rideshare from her home in Cohasset, Massachusetts to Boston Logan International Airport. She was then expected to board a plane to Washington, D.C., where she works as a real estate agent. Investigators confirm Anna Walsh did not board a plane, but can't say whether she was ever picked up from her home. Just 2 days after Anna Walsh was reported missing, the Walsh family home in Cohasset caught fire. At the time, investigators said it was too early to determine whether the fire was related to her disappearance, but have since confirmed it was accidental and not considered suspicious. But the twists and turns in this case don't stop there. At Bryan Walsh's court appearance Monday morning, prosecutors revealed blood and a bloody knife were found in the basement of the family home in Cohasset. They also say Home Depot's surveillance video caught Bryan Walsh buying $400 worth of cleaning supplies, tapes, and tarps on January 2nd. And this isn't Bryan Walsh's first run-in with the law. 2 years ago, he pleaded guilty to federal charges of selling fake Andy Warhol paintings on eBay. Before his arrest on Sunday, Walsh was on house arrest in relation to that case, pending his federal sentencing. At Monday's hearing, though, Walsh entered a not guilty plea and is now being held on $500,000 bail. Investigators say Bryan and Anna Walsh's 3 sons are now in state custody as the search for Anna Walsh continues. Anyone with more information about her whereabouts is asked to contact the Cohasset Police Department. Reporting for Law and Crime Network, I'm Sierra Gillespie.
I think that that's been the hardest part of this, is to sit back and look at the totality of
Oh, sorry, my bad. I was literally talking to myself. All I was saying was like guilty. The guy's literally buying $400 worth of products, of cleaning products, and there's like a knife and whatever, and then of course a fire. Yeah, a lot of coincidences there. Probably not, eh? We'll play this next one here again, about 2 minutes long. It looks like.
And police canine combing through trash at a transfer station in Peabody, Massachusetts. Sources tell our sister station WCVB this search involves a dumpster that was brought in from an apartment complex where the mother-in-law of missing Cohasset woman Anna Walsh lives.
Bryan, what do you want the public to know about this case?
Anna's husband, 47-year-old Bryan Walsh, was arraigned today on a charge of misleading police. An affidavit says Bryan Walsh told investigators on January 1st, the day his wife went missing, he went to Whole Foods and CVS. But when police checked security cameras, they didn't show he was there. On January 2nd, Walsh told police in early interviews he left his house only to get ice cream for his son. But surveillance video later showed him at a Home Depot wearing a mask, gloves, and buying something with cash that same day.
About $450 worth of cleaning supplies. That would include mops, bucket, tops.
He's not charged with murder. He's charged with misleading investigators by not saying, as I understand it, he went to Home Depot.
The early stages of the investigation centering around the couple's Cohasset home. Investigators going in and out of the property for days. Prosecutors revealing that's where police found blood in the basement and on a knife. Neighbors clinging on to hope that Anna Walsh will be found safe.
I feel like hope is lost, but I also honestly pray. Obviously I'm praying there's a better resolution.
The trail of clues leading to
Now, Massachusetts State Police cruisers have been coming in and out of these gates all night. Bryan Walsh is being held on $500,000 and is set to return to court next month. We're live in Peabody, Massachusetts. Marissa Tansino, WMUR News 9.
One sec there. Then Alexa had sent me was this? No, hold on. Did I close it off, Alexa? Or I think I might have to open it back up. One sec. I think it was here. Yeah. Alexa had sent me this. Okay. Now let's see here. So what is this here exactly? On January 4th, 2023, the Cohasset Police Department responded to a call. Oh, okay. I see what this is. Here, let me, is that the first one? This is page 1 here. Oh, that one's not going to be as clear there. I submit this affidavit in support of criminal. Okay, well, let's go back to this one. Let me screenshot it. Okay, 1 second. Stop. No, where's my window? Where's my window? The first one wasn't big enough, but it's obviously just starting of it or whatever. So let's just start kind of from here. So on January 4th, 2000, let me make sure you guys can see that okay. Yeah, okay. You guys can. Let's see, on January 4th, 2023, I'm not sure how to say it, but the Cohasset Police Department responded to a call of service related to the well-being check at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. Patrol unit suspected Mr. Walsh, or Mrs. Walsh, to be a missing person, and I was subsequently requested to the scene to assist in the investigation as a member of the, I don't know how to say it, guys, but Cohasset?
Yeah, that's it.
Is it Cohasset or Cohasset? Is the T silent? I'm not sure. I'm just going to say Cohasset, and I'm butchering it wrong. I'm sorry. Police Department's Criminal Investigation Division. On January 4, 2023, at approximately 1835, I arrived at 516 address to investigate a missing person, Anna Walsh. Investigators interviewed Walsh multiple times. Wow, he spelled the name wrong right there, didn't they? In relation to the disappearance of his wife. Walsh was asked specifically to provide a timeline for the days of January 1st, 2023 and January 2nd, 2023, and so on multiple occasions. Walsh related he had a New Year's Eve dinner with a friend, which he and Anna hosted at their home. Arrived around 8:30 p.m. and left around 1 or 1:30 a.m. Walsh related he and Anna went to bed shortly after blank left. Walsh further related, what is it? It seems so weird saying the word related. Related Anna told him she had to work emergency and needed to fly back to DC in the morning. Walsh related Anna got ready and kissed him goodbye and told him to go back to sleep. Anna will usually take an Uber, Lyft, or taxi to the airport. Anna left between 6 and 7 a.m. Walsh and Anna have 3 children.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you just love how they spell the name wrong and then right so many times? It's like seriously.
Those 3 poor babies.
I know. Well, you know that nothing good's going to come out of this one either.
Oh, no.
Walsh related he got up around 7 a.m. and made breakfast for the boys. In the afternoon, and thank you again, Alexa, for sending this, a babysitter arrived at the house and Walsh left to run errands at around 3 p.m. Walsh went to Shaw's to go get OJ and milk, then came back home. He then left again at about 4 p.m. to see his mother. Pardon?
Such a good husband and father.
Oh, right. Do you see that little arrogant facial he had too when he was coming out?
Right. The smile. Oh, that's the whole thing. But no, but they're always the ones that go out and get the milk and the orange juice. They're always the best dads and husbands, aren't they?
Honestly, his face just. Ugh. Anyway, let's see here. So he went to get milk and that, and OJ. He then left again at about 4 p.m. to see his mother, who lives at 330 Paradise Road, whatever, in Swampscott. At the time, Walsh did not have his cell phone, so he did not use a GPS. Walsh Walsh related he drove to his mother's house via route leading to Derby Street in Hingham, Hingham or whatever, Route 3 North, whatever, through Boston. And instead of taking Route 1A, he got lost and took Route 1 and then maybe Route 14. Walsh, I'm sorry, I'm just shocked at how they keep spelling Walsh correct, then incorrect, then correct, then incorrect. Related, the commute should have taken 60 to 70 minutes, but ended up taking about 90 minutes. Within about 15 minutes of arriving at his mother's condo, he left to run errands for his mother at Whole Foods and CVS to get groceries and cleaning wipes. Walsh went back to his mother's condo and then arrived home to Cohasset at about 8 p.m. Walsh related one of the boys must have taken and lost his phone during the New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Walsh related on Monday, January 2nd of 2023, his cell phone was found underneath of a pillow. Okay. Walsh related on Monday, January 2nd, he took blank for ice cream while the babysitter watched blank, and blank Walsh took blank to get a chocolate shake at Press in Norwell. On Friday, January 6, 2023, a massive search that included K-9 officers, Metro Search and Rescue, State Police CERT team members, State Police investigators, Cohasset Police, and other local police partners was underway for a missing person, Anna Walsh. The search resumed on the morning of January 7th. That afternoon, at least 6 investigators were tasked with driving to the North Shore of Massachusetts to verify Walsh's route of travel and verify his visits to establishments like Whole Food and CVS. These investigators, and was that the first one? Yeah. Okay, wait. I'm pretty sure that this was the next one. Well, that's how they came up on the thing, but let's see here. Well, let's go back to this here. Let's go to this one. This one seems like it's next, really. Walsh statements to the investigators about his whereabouts on Monday. Here, make it a little bit bigger. Okay. January 2nd, 2023 were consistent in that he took his oldest child for ice cream or a smoothie at Press Juice Bar in Norwell. This is during the morning hours he is allotted for school drop-off between 8 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. There was no school on Monday, January 2nd, 2000 due to the holiday. Investigators later discovered video evidence of Walsh at the Home Depot in Rockland wearing a black surgical mask, blue surgical gloves, and making a cash purchase. This trip was made something violation of his probation conditions during the time he was allotted to pick up the kids from school. The data from Walsh's cell phone, data extraction given on consent, also showed that the device traveled to the areas of Brockton and Abington during the week beginning January 1st of 2023. The itinerary for Walsh's leave from home does not include such towns for approved travel. This is not a complete list of Walsh's approved leave from home and possible probation violations. The intentional, willful, and direct responses to questions about his whereabouts on the days of Sunday, January 1st of 2023, and on Monday, January 2nd of 2023, were a clear attempt to mislead and delay investigators. Investigators explained Walsh that he would naturally be suspected of harming his wife due to her disappearance, and they would need to account for his whereabouts. The fact that he was asked a specific question and he gave an untruthful answer that led investigators out of the area caused a clear delay in the search for the missing person. Anna Walsh missing person Anna Walsh. Walsh intentionally gave untruthful statement knowing investigators would need to travel and corroborate such statements. Any criminal investigation into a missing person, physical evidence and video evidence has the risk of being lost. I know from training and experience that physical evidence, specifically evidence that is outside elements in the elements, may deteriorate over time. I also know that the video evidence varies in retention time. Video files may be overwritten as frequently as every 24 hours, and every second is valuable, of course, when searching for such evidence before it is lost. So what was this one? Walsh has been convicted in federal court of felony fraud by wire. Huh. JLR, does that ring any bells to you, bud? Wire fraud, 10 years in prison? Anything at all? No? And is currently on pre-sentencing probation. The probation conditions include monitoring and home confinement. Walsh must request leave from his home each week and specify the time and need for such leave. On the week beginning Sunday, January 1st, 2023, Walsh was granted leave for dropping his children off at the school from 8 a.m. to 10:30 and picking up the kids from 3:15 to 6:45, among other approved leaves and times of 11 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. for shopping on Wednesday, January 4th of 2023. On Sunday, January 1st, 2023, Walsh had requested travel between 3 p.m. and 9 p.m. to drop off his mother. Walsh told investigators that his mother had a recent cataract surgery and she was staying with him at his residence so he could assist her. Walsh said he had this time scheduled so he could bring her home and for her recovery. During the interviews with Walsh, he stated that his mother had recovered from the surgery quicker than expected and had driven herself home. However, he still used the time he had approved to go visit her and run errands for her. The errands were the trips to the Whole Foods and CVS that investigators later showed did not occur through the hours of viewing video evidence. It is also important to note that this is the day one of Anna being missing. Walsh's statements to the investigators about his whereabouts on Monday, January 2nd, 2023, were consistent that he took his oldest child for ice cream or a smoothie at a pressed juice bar in Norwell, that it was during the morning hours. I feel like I'm rereading something here. Yeah, I feel like I'm rereading that. It's the same thing. I mean, I guess it's the same thing on a different page. I'm not going to bother to read it if it's the same. Investigators putting most with naturalities. Yeah, okay. That's just reading the same stuff on there. Let me come back on there. There we go. So yeah, I mean, what do you think? What do you think happened, you guys?
Right. Well, it said if you keep going, there's other videos and things that go further into the newest updates.
If what?
If you keep going, there's further things that go into the most recent updates.
That's all I had.
The stuff I sent you?
No. This was for this thing that I was reading. I mean.
Oh yeah, no, I meant the things that I sent you.
Oh, you said play them in order. I don't know that I played them in order.
The first one you played.
Did I play the first one?
You played the first one, and then there's
the first one?
And there's the article 5 fast facts would be the next one, which is an article.
Okay, right. Can you read that one?
Yes, yeah. If you want to put it on the screen, I'll read it. Oh wait.
I think this one might have a little bit of a video to it.
No, this one. I mean, it's just an article as well.
Let me go to it. Okay.
I was just gonna touch on the 5 facts that were listed.
Oh,
and then we move on to the next one. So if you go down, just keep scrolling down. So it'll say number 1.
Well, this stuff right here. So Bill was set at 500,000. I remember listening to the fact that he borrowed money, like 500,000 from a friend.
Right. So the number 1 thing, it says 5 facts to know. The number one says that the district attorney says that the police have probable cause that Bryan Walsh misled police investigators. Are you there, Sonny? It went silent.
Yeah, but you're just reading, right?
Okay. Yeah. And then if you keep scrolling to number 2. Well, wait if I can find it. Number 2, Bryan Walsh was previously convicted in an art fraud scheme over faked Andy Warhol paintings, which we know. Number 3, like I said, there's a long article, and I can post the article on here. But police have searched for Anna Walsh in the wooded area near her home and in a small stream and pond. Number 4, an accidental fire broke out at Anna Walsh's former home after she disappeared. And then number 5 was Anna Walsh, who graduated from the University of Belgrade, held a series of jobs at top hotels in Boston. So that's all there. Those were the top 5 things on that article, and I can link it and put it in the chat. The next one is his court appearance today. That can play. That was from.
Well, let me hit the video that's in this article.
Is it the Fox 5 DC?
Well, it's whatever's. Let's see here.
Because the next one I sent was a husband of DC real estate executive appears in court, Fox 5 DC.
Okay, but
so I assume it's the same one.
Yeah, well, let's just see how long is that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is Fox 5, Adam.
Mr. Bryan Walsh, complaint 230136, charge of intimidation of a witness on the 8th of January 2023.
That is the sound, by the way.
Do you understand that charge, Mr. Walsh? Yes. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Lynn Beeland for the Commonwealth. Your Honor, the charge before the court right now, the defendant is charged under the intimidation, that being misleading the police in the course of an investigation. The investigation was into the missing person of Anna Walsh. Anna is the wife of this defendant. She's 37 years old. They have 3 children, 2, 4, and 6. Anna Walsh was last seen on New Year's Day about between 4 and 6 a.m. in the morning. The defendant indicated that she left the house to go, she works in Washington, D.C. The defendant indicated in the subsequent interview that she left the house around 6 a.m., taking an Uber or Lyft to go to the airport, where she was going to go to work in D.C. That was the last time she was seen. In the course of the investigation, police were notified around January 4th by her employees in Washington, D.C., that she had not shown up for work on January 4th. That was the first time that she was notified that she was missing. Up until this point, the defendant had not notified anyone that she was missing. In the investigation, it was determined that she actually had a plane ticket for January 3rd, which she did not use, and did not show up at the airport, nor her DC job or her apartment in DC. It was indicated that the defendant, police checked during the course of this investigation. There was not a Uber or any kind of Lyft that had picked her up on January 1st. In fact, in the course of the investigation, it was determined that her cell phone pinged in the area of the house, which is located on Chief Justice Cushing Way, that her phone pinged on the 1st and the 2nd, which is after the defendant had said she had left. Additionally, the defendant right now was on house arrest, pending sentencing in federal court. Part of that probation and condition, he was to report his whereabouts if he was to leave the house. He indicated in as part of the investigation, when police spoke with him, that on January 1st, he went to his mother's house. However, it took him a lot longer because he got lost going to his mother's house in Swampscott. He also subsequently indicated and stated to the police that he went to Whole Foods and CVS. Police subsequently did surveillance and checked. There was no surveillance or indication that he went to Whole Foods nor CVS. He indicated he purchased some items. There's no receipts for him having purchased that. He then returned home. Surveillance was checked by several police during this time frame. These statements caused a lot of delay as part of the investigation, as police now were focusing on the North Shore. He further indicated that on January 2nd, as he was supposed to report in, that the only time he left is that he went to take his son for some ice cream. Surveillance checked during the investigation indicated that defendant, in fact, on January 2nd, sometime after 4 o'clock, went to the Home Depot, which is in Auckland. He's on surveillance at that time, purchasing about $450 worth of cleaning supplies. That would include mops, bucket, tops, T-Vex, drop cloths, as well as various kinds of tape. He's on surveillance at that time on January 2nd, even though he said he never left the house. Police obtained a search warrant and actually searched the house with crime scene services. During that time, they found blood in the basement. Blood was found in the basement area, as well as a knife, which also contained some blood.
Could you repeat that last time? I missed it.
Yes, in the basement, crime scene services recovered and found blood in the basement area, in a section of the basement. There was also a knife that was found. On the knife, there was also blood, and part of the knife was damaged. Your Honor, these various statements caused a delay in the investigation, to the point that during the time frame when he didn't report his wife and gave various statements, that allowed him time to either clean up evidence, dispose of evidence, in causing a delay. As of this time, Anna Walsh has not been found. So because of that, the Commonwealth is asking $500,000 cash bail. At this time, these are the charges.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Walsh's wife has been missing since January 1st, and it is true that her employer contacted the police on January 4th. However, that was as a result of Mr. Walsh, Bryan Walsh, contacting the employer to say, I haven't heard from my wife. The employer suggested that their security team, who was a former law enforcement officer, contact both the Cohasset Police and the DC Metro Police, which he did. Mr. Walsh has given several interviews. We have consented to searches of his home. We have consented to searches of his property. We have consented to searches of his cell phone. I negotiated with first assistant district attorney, to promote you, Lynn Beeland, on the terms of that to protect attorney-client. He has been incredibly cooperative. The charges are not anything relating, he's not charged with murder. He's charged with misleading investigators by not saying, as I understand it, he went to Home Depot in Rockland. He did say he went to Press in Norwell, and as Your Honor knows, Rockland Home Depot was right next to Norwell. If in fact he was there, it was next in the town next to him. With respect to the other alleged omission, is that he was in Brockton and Abington. They don't have him stopping anywhere in those areas, as far as the police report says. He did say that he took his son out twice on the 2nd. He is on home confinement. He has a bracelet on him. A violation has been noticed of him. So if he leaves here, there's a federal detainer. He will be taken to federal court, and I would suggest that on the bail violations in federal court, the appropriate place to decide those conditions of release is in the federal court. I would ask for low bail or no bail, and to let the federal courts decide this. He's not going anywhere. He hasn't gone anywhere since January 1st. He's been in the house. That's true. He's been in the house with police almost 12 hours a day. I've been at the house with him with police for at least 8 hours a day. Well, not yesterday, but yesterday the police were at his house and he was at my home. But Friday and Saturday I was at his house for at least 8 hours with police officers present. So it's not that he's been there changing evidence or somehow impeding the investigation. The charges are he neglected to mention that he went to Abington and Brockton, and then he neglected to mention that he was at a Home Depot. I suggest on those charges, a regular person, as everybody has to be treated, that would be a no bail situation. With respect to violation of conditions of his federal bail, that is most appropriately dealt with in the federal court. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Bail is set at $500,000 cash, $5 million surety. Can we get a 30-day date, Ms. Minor, please?
What date would you like?
You tell me any date he would be, we would do this by teleconference from the House of Correction. Richie, I want you to keep the,
yeah, if I can
I
just
have a
look.
copy of the warrant, so keep that in the file, please.
Thank you.
Bail is set at $500,000 cash. You have a right to appeal that bail to Superior Court. If you make this bail and get arrested or charged with any more offense while this case is pending, you could be held up to 90 days without bail. We're going to pick a conference date within 30 days.
Yeah,
Is Thursday, February 9th available?
Thursday, February 9th is perfect.
Thank you.
February 9th.
Video minute, please.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
What a geek. What did she see in him? Money? I don't know. He looked like what did you say? Like looked like heat miser, fibro, but white hair. Yeah, I don't know why, but looks like Adam. Are you there? I don't know if he's there. He's a con man, exactly. He's an absolute con man. That's what he looks like. Why does he look familiar? He really looks familiar to me. Like he just, you know, when you look at somebody, and then I remember when I first just seen his face, like there, not so much the one that I seen the first picture of. Just like, why do you look familiar to me? You're probably on some sort of wanted show for being a con man somewhere. All right, you know, apparently he comes from money. Adam, are you there? Oh yeah, there you are. Can you hear? Adam. No sound. Yeah, his sound's on, but it can't hear him. He's a Toro. Oh, so that one's the psychopath, Alexa. That guy. Mm-hmm. Well, it's just me now. Hello. How are you all? Okay. Yeah, he just looks like a slime bucket, honestly. And just that cockiness that he had too. Now, apparently, John Belushi. You know what? You're right, turd. John Belushi. Mm-hmm. He came for money and been ripping off dead fathers' estates. And I wonder what kind of con man he was. Did he lose a lot of money and just con people out? Or maybe Adam, I think I can hear you now.
Yeah, sorry. Your volume went away, and so I thought you were muted. I apologize.
Oh, okay. Is that what happened?
Yeah, I couldn't hear anything.
Yeah, and your avatar disappeared as well. I think Heat Miser and Snowmeister. Yeah, I know. I was like, I'm Mr. Heat Miser. I'm Mr. Snow. Isn't it? I'm Mr. Isn't it? Is that what he sings? I'm Mr. Heat Miser.
So yeah,
Snow Miser.
There was just that one last video that was the latest update from tonight.
Oh, is there another one?
Yeah, there was one more, and then one that I had for you, and that was it.
Is that the one? Which one is it?
Search underway at Peabody Transfer Station.
Oh, we seen that one?
Oh, we did play it? Okay.
Yeah, we did play it.
And
Yeah.
then here's the screenshot. This was from 11:38 tonight. I don't know what it means, but they say they have found evidence.
Okay, sweet. Sweet. Get this just desserts. You know, all I'm thinking about right now is those 3 boys.
Oh, gosh.
Their lives, people's lives, turned upside down because of parts like this.
Krista, and Krista, like I guess if we played the transfer, the waste station video, that they found evidence there apparently.
Sweet. Good. No, it's not good. Again, another sick thing. Like I wonder what it's gonna be. What? It's obviously New Year's Eve. She goes missing on New Year's Day. He doesn't even report her, and it's only because she doesn't show up for work that it gets reported. Huh.
And then he called some of her coworkers and friends, and I listened to the voicemails, and he said, "Hey, sure nothing's wrong, but we haven't heard from her in a day or two, so just checking in." So
yeah, and this is what you know when people aren't serial ones and they're just like, okay, so how do I have to sound exactly? I need to sound a certain way, and then when people like, it's like Chris Watts, or when he's standing there crossed arms smirking and stuff like that. I can never forget that moment when I was watching him. And that's why I remember when the Chris Watts case came back up, I'm like, why is this case coming back up again? Like I thought we were over this case and stuff like that. And then they had like the documentary or whatever and stuff like that. And it was like revived to me. And I was like, hey, no, you're not getting any more of my time, loser.
Yeah.
But yeah, so what do you think then? So do you think they got into an argument? She was being flirty. He was, I don't know. What do you think? I mean, New Year's.
Look at him. I think he suffers from
Keegan-Klein syndrome.
He suffers from probably, even though I don't know how tall he is, but he suffers from egotistical little man syndrome. Probably couldn't handle a successful wife, and heaven forbid she might have stood up to him on something, didn't allow him to be the man he wanted to be, and he decided to ruin his children's lives and his wife's.
Do you think it was premeditated? I don't know that it's premeditated.
Right. And what if, we know this guy was a scammer. What if he'd been found out for something else? What if she found out he has swindled away all their money and she didn't know about it?
I don't think it was premeditated myself at the moment, and at least I'm thinking New Year's drinking, something happened, argument, right? Possibly found something else. They got into an argument. She said, like, I'm leaving you. I'm sick, whatever. I'm taking the kids. Something happened, because like it's just when it's New Year's Eve, right? If it wasn't New Year's Eve, might think differently, but it's New Year's Eve, drinking's going on, typically, and arguments, and I don't know that I think it's premeditated. I think it was more of they got into an argument, drinking thing. She probably said something that pissed him off, and then next thing that led to,
how dare she?
How dare she? Right. Well, he went to buy supplies after, though, right? Wasn't that after?
$450 worth.
Yeah. So sorry, Alexa. Remember, when did he buy these supplies again? When did he buy these supplies? Does it say? I know it said. Within. Did it say in here about the cleaning supplies? And if so, what page was it on? January 1st. Okay, that's about her leaving. She arrived. Tell me if you see something in chat about it, so I don't have to keep continue looking if I don't have to. Just trying to see about the supplies. Home Depot wearing a black surgical mask. Okay, so this was after the fact, Alexa. I'm making a cash purchase. So that was the second, Alexa, that happened. Yeah. Yeah, Home Depot. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, obviously, if he bought the supplies before, I think it would be premeditated for sure. That would be like defo. But he went and bought them January 2nd. You guys think it's like a drunk, then an argument happened and it resulted in her demise? You think it's basically one of those stories? She threatened to leave him or something like that. They got into some sort of heated argument. And he looks like a total narcissist. He looks like so egotistical. Like, he looks like he's so self-absorbed. You know?
Yeah.
I can't see her being with him besides for money, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, I think she might have made the money too.
Well, she did make some good money, obviously. So the 3 kids, I wonder, is that their 3 kids together?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe so. My understanding is yes.
Okay. She was the breadwinner. Well, he was already, he made money.
Yeah, fake money.
Well, I mean, he was selling some freaking Warhol pictures and stuff.
Fake.
Hmm?
They were fake Andy Warhol pictures.
Yeah, sorry, fake Andy Warhol pictures. You know, and he was scamming his friends out of 500 G. Well, I mean, I'm glad this thing came out. Evidence connected to the missing, again, however you say it, Cohasset woman or Cohasset. Sounds like I just remember the name Cohasset in my head. Isn't there a place in the United States called Cohasset? Do you guys pronounce the T on this word? This is it Cohasset and this T is silent? Do you know? What did Alexa just send me? Okay, what's this? Okay, okay, 1 second here. I'll come back. This is a minute and 18 seconds. Share. Thank you, Alexa.
Saturday night celebrating the new year together.
Bryan had cooked an elaborate meal for us, and we hugged and celebrated and toasted and just what you do over New Year's. And there was a lot of looking forward to the new year. Like, there was no indication of anything other than celebrating the new year, like problems on hold, whatever life's problems were. But the fact that they hadn't, they had been living in separate homes. She was commuting back and forth. She wasn't seeing the children as often as she would have liked. I mean, she loved everybody. She definitely loved her children dearly. And so it was festive. She was texting with friends, and, she was sitting next to me at the bar stool and at their kitchen. There was absolutely no indication that any modicum of a tragedy of disappearance or anything else could have happened that night.
Yeah. Whoops. Where are we here? There we go. Yeah. Thank you for that, Alexa. That poor friend. You could see he was just talking, and then And then as he's talking, it's hitting him as he's talking. And right. I mean, it's kind of like to me, this is going to be one of those, things kind of like, Chris Watts there, she comes home. There's an argument that happens or whatever. And next thing you know, she's gone that night. And same thing, here it's like everything looks fine to the world. She misses her plane. She doesn't, show up for work. He hasn't even reported her. And it's probably going to turn into that there was some sort of heated argument that happened. And he took her life.
Yep.
I think that's exactly how the story's going to unfold. Whatever that argument was over, probably money. Maybe she was, there's, like I said, if there's drinking involved, I don't know how you feel about this, but drinking is one of those true serum things that stuff's going to come out of that mouth that probably shouldn't, and then heated arguments happen because you're not maybe in the right frame of mind, but still, drinking is like a true serum. Things that you normally might have bit your tongue on, you're saying out loud, especially if there's alcohol involved, if there is. And I'm assuming there probably would be. He looks like he would be a drinker himself. But 3 kids without their mother that are going to have, like, it's just, like, seriously. What makes me mad is the impact on others' lives that this a-hole has now created on so many lives. But it's when it's the children especially that are impacted. And I don't know why, Adam, for me, I was 8 years old when I learned that my grandma Rini had passed away. I just remember lying in bed with the most, and this is my grandma Rini, like not my mom. And I remember lying in bed, and it was the first time that I actually understood, what death was about. And I felt so sick to my stomach, I couldn't sleep because the reality that I would never see her again crept in. And that is my grandma. Now, this is these children's mom. And it's the first time that they're going to have to deal with actual death of their mom. And again, the repair that those children will have to go through in life, knowing that if he's charged with the murder of their mom, their lives just like that, just like that.
Yep.
Just like that. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Was he related to JLR? Is there some sort of correlation there? Another family broken. Yeah. Drinking. Yeah, possibly. Drugs in there as well. I mean, that's what it's going to boil down to, probably. A domestic dispute. He took it to the extreme, took her life. And now these children are going to have to be
without a mother.
Pardon?
Without a mother.
Without a mother. Without a father. And just like that. That piece of shit took their life. You know what I mean? Messed up people's lives. Just like that. I'm a person that's very much aware that it just takes something just like that. And that's, so when people, like my family or anybody else wonders why I don't take things too seriously, which I really don't, in life, and I joke around a lot and stuff like that. I'm very much aware of my time here. And I'm very much aware that something can happen just like that, So that's why if you're arguing with somebody, like your husband or your wife, and you leave it off heated and then something happens and you can't take back, what you did. And I don't want to have that guilt. So I choose to live my life, in a sense, as freely as I can, based on the fact that I know that my time with my husband is precious. My time, with even my son, is precious, even though he'll need to learn that himself. But I'm very much aware of always that. And that's why it impacts me so bad that somebody just like that, the day of the Delphi girls, Abby and Libby, just like that, somebody took their life. They go out, supposedly should be at home, just like that. From that day forward, lives totally ruined. It's just heartbreaking.
Absolutely.
That's what's hard about these cases. Just like that. Somebody's life gone. And it's not like it's a normal gone. Give me a second. I'm tearing up here, making me upset now. It's just heartbreaking. It's disgusting. And you just want these people to pay. What a piece of,
It's senseless.
Mm-hmm. Well, absolutely. And I just don't understand how people take it that far. Like literally, this guy, they obviously have these big houses. He set that other house on fire, obviously. 3 kids. I mean, this case is going to come and go. There's 3 kids' lives are ruined forever, as well as many other people's. And this case is going to be over soon enough. If they've already found a connection to it, then it becomes a matter of that part's done. Again, somebody ends up in jail. Then months, a year down the road, then the trial and everything happens for it, et cetera, et cetera. As if it's just like a common thing.
Yeah.
We're sitting here waiting for Richard Allen. We're sitting here because, his stuff is all on the 13th there. And then the bigger one on the February 17th, if it stays that way. Then we have Bryan Kohberger on the 12th, I think it is. And then it's just sad. It's a lot on the heart. It really is. But by the same token, Adam, I'm proud. I'm proud that I am, and I'm sure you are, of course, or that this channel is representing the missing and the murdered.
100%.
Because if it wasn't for all you fine people out there that care too, this world would be a really sucky place. That's honestly what makes it right for me, in a sense, is that beyond a lot of the evilness and wickedness of this world, which there's more than I even care to, think about. It's when you know that there's good people around the world that care enough beyond their money. I'm not talking about the greedy vultures of the world that sit there and leech off of, true crime or other ones and just try to worry about themselves and make their money that way, But for me, it's like when people truly put their heart and souls into the cases and have a purpose, because those purposes, because this something impact, there's so many people, like I know there's only 76 in chat right now, but everyone usually has a story behind them. And usually, as people talk about, maybe a family member had been murdered, like Fig solves or whatever like that,
Right.
and it gets him into this, or the people have their reasons, just so sad. Anyway, not sure what else you want to say about it.
I feel like we've covered everything that we know of tonight about it. It's just so hard.
Yeah, it is. It is, Austin. I truly, I truly enjoy. It's kind of okay. Like, it's funny you should say that, Austin, because as we were watching the Nancy Grace podcast, Yeah, I could have been listening to that by myself and whatever. Sure, fair enough. But sometimes it's really nice when you're watching something together and then you're sharing in your thoughts and stuff about it, and you have a space to go to. That is like for me, like I said, this is, regardless, at the end of the day, this is a channel, that obviously people can come and go as they please and stuff like that. But for me, I think of it like a home. The unwanted and undesirables are not welcome here, but the caring hearts and the kind people and stuff are. Even if I take a little shit on somebody sometimes, like Natalie Bell yesterday, or maybe Purdue felt attacked today or whatever, it's because I'm very passionate too. And when it comes to me and my morals and stuff like that, like, it's because I feel like me as a person's being attacked in a sense, because the gist of who I am is one of the most kindest, loving, caring people. And most people would dream to have, and this isn't to float my boat, most people would dream to have a friend like me, or someone to care that much about other people. I'm a person that puts myself last, always have been that way. So when I think that my morals are being attacked and stuff like that, yeah, I get defensive. It might not be somebody else's way, but again, I have to base my morals based on how I do things, not how everybody else does things, because this is my channel, that I can decide that. And if I feel right with it, or if Adam feels right with it, then we're fine with that.
Right.
We it's not like we don't, like we talked about it before we even put out the audio. But when I feel like myself is being attacked, I definitely, yeah, I mean, I blow it off right away. As much as I might be upset, I'm also, by the same token, within a couple minutes, like, I'm fine. Like, I'm not even, to be honest, I might be vocally sounding like this, but I'm actually fine with it, because I know at the end of the day who I am as a person. Purdue knows who she is as a person, which is a great person. It's just that maybe she wouldn't have put out the audio, type of thing, you know. But to me, that's like, I don't know. I just feel like that was like, so Purdue, I love you. You know that. But it's like me being attacked. Like, come on, the gist of me is who I am, and anyone that knows me knows that they would, that I would never try to do anything that I deemed as unethical. But yet we are here to bring news as well and share things.
Right.
We could have shared Abby and Libby's shoe and the clothing in the water and stuff like that.
Which we have not.
Which we have not, because don't feel like that was respectful. But it just depends on what somebody deems. But I'm not here to the play of a certain way to certain people, or ask kiss or anything like that. Just here to be honest, transparent, truthful, and be ourselves. And because this is like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's really my channel, so just here to be myself. And I don't want anyone to be anything different than themselves, but still be polite and, decent. But yeah, this stuff does get heavy. People get passionate. You saw that yesterday with Natalie, on there. It's like, she was upset because it's like, well, what do you mean you don't think that that's Bryan or Papa Roger, But, because she had an attack like that before, same thing. No, you can't say what you want. You can say what you want all day long in your own home. But when you come into this channel, you don't sit there and say, I can say what I want. No, you can't. You can't. If you come off sounding ignorant because I disagreed with you, and you want to get snippy, then I'm sorry. But then that means, like, I'm not taking it too far. She took it too far, because I'm not going to force Adam to believe that KD was the BG if he never believed he was the BG, and force it down his throat. It's not right of me. It's each to our own thoughts. And so why somebody gets so worked up over that, I guess by the same token, I guess I got worked up too, but I really don't get worked up. Yes, I felt like I was being attacked, but I'm not. But as soon as I'm done, it's over. It's over. That's how I work, to be honest with you, because I know that it's just, once I think about things too, You know, everyone has their defense things or trigger things. Well,
Of course.
so if somebody puts my morals in a challenge, then I'm like, wait a second, I like who I am, you know, and I don't have to justify putting up that video or justify to somebody about my own morals. You know, worry about your own morals. We'll worry about these morals. And if these our morals here don't fit your morals, then don't watch the channel. It's as simple as that. Or don't watch the video. But you can't watch the video and then preach about morals, but yet you watch the video. Same thing, you know. But I'm not here to worry about other people's morals. In a sense, I got my own to worry about. Thank you. And I think that I hold, and Adam holds, really good morals. She is that on another chat. No. I just want to speak. Sorry, Krista. Sometimes you can get lost in your own experiences reading and listening to these cases. If you find a good community, you can connect to. Yeah. You know, I want everyone to have their voices, you know, but I would like people to be so less judgmental about others so much, because as I always keep saying, we are in charge of our own thoughts and our own actions. You are not responsible for what somebody else says. And if you get worked up because of what somebody else says, or I do, or Adam does, or anybody, that's how we're taking it. And then that's our issue, right? If we let somebody get underneath our skin, then that's our issue. And that's why, to me, the stuff in the chat, for the most part, I take very lighthearted, unless it's really deemed as rude or ignorant, then just get lost. But it's one of those things, like, Sunny, you bring in evidence for people to look at to make up their own minds. Yes. Like I said, I'm not going to apologize for anything at all, to be honest. If I had to apologize, I mean, if Purdue thinks, or if I upset Purdue, of course, you know, like I said, she has to look at both sides of the stick there. You know, I mean, I look at this comment that literally says about our moral, like the morals of the channel putting on the audio. Well, Purdue's been in this channel a long time. Again, she knows us as people for the most part and who we are. So I see this comment and I'm like, oh, really? It sounds very preachy to me, because if somebody's watching it, they can't do it, type of thing. So I took it as an attack a little bit, because it's like, you know what we are. We played the thing. But it's almost like somebody, like, I'll tell you what it reminded me of. It's kind of like when somebody comes into your channel, they know who you are, and then all of a sudden, almost like in bold yelling letters saying, you know, so where are your morals when you played this clip? And I think, and the first thing that goes through my head is, don't throw stones at other people when you have stuff in your own backyard. Don't preach to me. That's exactly what goes through my head, exactly what went through my head as soon as I seen that. Worry about your morals, I'll worry about my morals, type of idea. So it's kind of like, I think it's because Purdue's been in here a long time, right? So it's like she knows the gist of who this channel is. And so to me, if it was just a stranger that had said that, I would have brushed it off a little differently. I know I would have. But when you feel like that this person knows you and knows who you represent, and then it's like a call out to say something like that, that's why I'm just like, oh, okay, you want to say it that way, go right ahead. But I deemed it as like a bit of a attack on, like, so what, you guys were moral to play that audio yesterday? You call that having morals? That's how it came across. And I was like, preach it, but don't preach it, because this channel will decide its own morals, not somebody else, you know. But it might not have fit into their morals, which is fine if it was their channel. That's all. I feel like I just repeated myself like 10 times. Probably did. That the emos are that start telling me what to think are so funny. Yes. I just have to be me too, you know.
Absolutely.
So, like I said, I love Purdue. I know she's a wonderful person, and I'm not trying to keep bringing up Purdue's name, but obviously because of that today. But it's kind of like I said, I feel like it was like a call out, an unnecessary call out, and it's like instead of like the 100 maybe probably good things, the one target thing stands out, but yet I know Purdue is a great lady, great nurse, great person. Deb and her have had lunch and stuff like that. And, but again, it just became about, don't worry about my morals, we'll worry about those, So I just felt kind of called out on that, thinking, come on, you didn't have to do that. So it's a two-way street. But anyways, only because we're on the live, Purdue knows I love her. And if she takes offense to it, I'm sorry. But, I can only sit there and say, I'm sorry if she felt that I called her out like that, but I felt called out in the chat, or the channel anyway, whichever. That's all I got to say about that. Or it's, that's the thing, Alexa. Like I said, you're smart, Alexa. You're like me. When you see something in chat, there is intent there. That was a call out. That was a definite call out of, so you're claiming to have morals, but yet you're playing an audio of what could possibly be this audio. That's a call out. So that's what I'm saying. I know a call out. You know a call out when you see one. And it was, again, and, we all know that text and whatever, but I mean, that was a call out, basically saying that. So that's how I seen it. And Purdue could have said, sorry, I didn't mean it that way. She wanted to. She didn't say anything back or whatever. But the same thing that you have, you look at something and you're like, and to me that was a call out. And I just think, I mean, it's a touchy one. I mean, that audio at the end of the day, because like I said, we were going to do that one as a members live, and then whatever reason the members thing messed up, to be honest with you. Yeah, anyway, I don't have anything really more to say. Yeah, someone wants me to probably sit there and go, so for the last 40 minutes of the live, this made me laugh. And if you're listening in here, I don't care. This person literally puts timestamps on a video a few days ago. And then this person says, you're welcome. I never asked you to do it. In fact, I literally told you I don't do timestamps. I couldn't. The way our lives go, I could not be asked to do timestamps. And I'm just too lazy to do timestamps, to be honest with you. Maybe one day, if I'm ever organized, I will. But I could care less. If it's an hour live and maybe, go back to some timestamps, I am not going to go to timestamps. I can scroll across the bar just like anyone can. But anyway, but it was just the fact that he literally put timestamps in the video and goes, you're welcome. And it just made me giggle, like, but I didn't ask you. So why do you want me to say thank you? Thank you, but I didn't ask you, as if he did me the favor. I don't care, dude. I didn't care about the timestamps. Yeah. I like I said, I mean, I'm happy with who I am as a person. I'm not perfect by no means, but I like what we stand for. I just speak for myself. I know Adam would feel the same way about himself, but I don't like to speak for other people when it comes to that stuff. But I like what we stand for. I like that we keep it real, keep it honest, and try to bring you guys the best. And there's 69 people watching right now. Yay. 69. I think it was an insult. Timestamps for future viewers. Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, it's probably a good thing I don't really look at comments in the videos, and I purposely don't do it, to be honest with you, because like I said, if you're a creator and you see all the comments that people put, after a while it just gets old. Sometimes I go through them and I look at them and I'll heart them and stuff like that. And there's other times I really just couldn't be asked to, because I know myself. If I see a comment that somebody's being ignorant on or something, I know I'm going to hit the block button, and I know I'm probably going to like beak off back to them. So I know that I'm a wiser person to not overly look at the comments too much. Like I'll see a lot of comments because I'm on my iPad all the time. I see a lot of comments come in as I'm on my iPad, but they don't just show up as notifications typically. So besides me seeing them on the iPad, but yeah, I just think that I'm smarter not looking at some of the comments because people are mean. People are mean, man. People are really mean. There's some really nice people there, but there's a lot of mean ones out there too. Like someone will watch a video and go, "What a useless video that was," and the video was with the freaking Idaho 4, like more like a memorial video. And I'm like, "You useless D," you know. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that I made a video that was basically, a little tribute to the Idaho 4. And then he says, very uninformative video. Thank you.
Good for him.
Yeah. I'm just like, really? I mean, that tells me what a care level. You think when you make a tribute video of some sort, and it had a little bit of information, but it was, more of a tribute to the end. But no, I'm going to tell the creator, basically, your video sucked. And no, that's just the thing, right? And that's where over time, Diamond Eyes, in all honesty, and Adam will become more aware of this, especially when his channel's monetized, and just the things that the people say, and you literally have to. And this is almost giving Adam a preview.
I think I've been around long enough to know how things are.
Yeah. Well, until it comes to your actually on your channel. And then
I know, but the attacks I've gotten without even having a channel.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And Adam really doesn't look at the comments. You're not probably going to want to look at most of yours after a while, but it just becomes old, and you just don't care anymore. In a sense, when I say you just don't care, it just means that you get over the trolls, and they just don't bug you the same way, because it's like, whatever, dime a dozen. Because it just gets old. Grandma,
I value what people say, but it gets hard.
I don't value everybody. I just don't. I value certain people. I value people that know how to make a comment that is respectful. I have,
right.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
but we're smart enough to know the ones that aren't.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can, just like you were saying about Alexa, I can read a comment and know what it means.
Yeah.
You know that.
Because yeah, exactly. Just like when a troll came in the other day. As soon as I looked at the person, I was like, troll. And then sure enough, the person spoke, and I was like, troll. The vibe. Your gut is pretty much on par, and stuff like that. And but that's not the only time, right? So it's just kind of like I said, each to their own. But like, I guess it just boils down to you do you, I'll do me, like, type of thing. Not you do you, but just meaning you do you, I'll do me. I'll worry about what we do, and you worry about stuff that you do.
Yeah, but I think you should start putting timestamps on things. Oh, never mind. I'm playing.
I'm not that organized.
I was kidding. You know that.
I know. I can think of better probably things that I'd rather be doing than timestamping things. Totally. My twin sister, she'd be all over that stuff. She'd be all timestamping stuff and organized and stuff like that. No, you're not gonna. It's so funny how opposite we are that way. But it does come in handy when you're like, "Hey, Tan, can you help me with the taxes?" Even though I swear she gives me more of a headache sometimes, because she always does well, I don't know, like, what I'm doing. Shut up. You shut up right now. Of course you do. You can do your own just fine. So, but yeah, she's more of that structured one like that.
Yeah.
The thing, I guess the thing that I think in my head is this. I'm not here to worry about what the world's all doing out there, what people are all thinking. Like some people think, oh, remember before, oh, your intro's too long or this or that type of thing. And it's just like, it just gets to the point of, look, this is a channel.
If it's too long, too long. If it's too short, it's too short.
If it's this, it's that, and whatever. And my thing is this, it's
to the point, right?
It's either people like to come watch you or they don't. But I'm not here to go, oh, I need to do this because these people require. Everyone has their own thoughts. But yeah, like your intros are too long, I can't watch you. Great. Go put your head and dunk it in a toilet because that's as much as I care.
Because they don't take into consideration that, when people get a notification, it takes people 5 minutes sometimes to come into the thing.
Yeah.
And so you want to put out the most important things before anyone's even gotten to the chat. Because then you have to be repetitive over and over again. Yeah. But, we're explaining ourselves and that
Yeah, again, and that's just exactly it. It does take people time to come into a live and stuff like that. You want to kind of wait for people to come in. That's kind of why you do your hellos and all that stuff. So
we appreciate people and we want to say it to them.
Yeah. Maybe. Right, Tony? We appreciated Tony so much we have to let you come on the live.
I always want to say hi to Tony.
You know what I keep thinking when I see Tony's name? Well, I think of two things. I think of who's the boss, first of all, Tony. And I can't help but think of Tony the Tiger as well. It takes me 30 minutes to get into chat. Yeah. Anyways. Oh, you know what, you guys? We don't disappoint. Another 4.5 hour live. Yeah. Yeah. It's time to say goodnight.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah. Are you ready to go tonight?
I guess.
Mm-hmm. Well, my husband does have to work in the morning.
Right.
Yes.
I do have to get up I am becoming a weekly little panelist on someone's show.
Oh, right. You're on CD.
I'll be on with CD tomorrow at 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time again.
Right. Yeah.
So anyone that's bored at 12 o'clock tomorrow, check us out.
And he's doing Idaho, obviously. Yeah. Okay, so 12 o'clock Eastern?
Yes, 12 o'clock Eastern Time. I'll be on with CD, and you never know who else might show up. As far as, the last two times we've been on, we had Jeremy Reagan, we had a friend of Brian's from high school. I know CD has an important theory he wants to talk about tomorrow, so
yeah.
I just feel privileged to be asked to, to be a part of it,
Yeah.
Just like I feel privileged to have had Sunny ask me to be a part of every show she's done.
Well, maybe if he has enough viewers in his thing, you can get yourself to 1,000 subscribers.
Well, my TikTok's apparently getting me there.
Yeah, on there. So again, my throat is getting really sore. I wonder why. No, I keep doing this because it keeps feeling like my glands are swollen a bit.
Uh-oh. Don't get sick. Friday is a big day, Sonny. We can't have that.
Oh my goodness. Hold on.
We never talked about Delphi.
Duh.
I was gonna bring it up, but then I was like, well, she wants to go. So.
Oh no. We gotta at least show that thing or whatever it was. Oh, we can't put on Delphi and not talk about it. You guys stay put. 1 second. Let me just bring up this. And
I'm off on Friday, so I will, and I have someone that's going to try to be in the courtroom. I'm not going to say who, but I do have someone that's going to try to be in the courtroom and give us info.
Mm-hmm. Okay, wait. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see what's going on in this. Is this part of it?
I didn't watch it. I just got sent that. I know the things with the hearing. There are two hearings on Friday.
That's politics. We don't want politics. What the heck was that? Whew. Sorry, Adam. What'd you just say?
I said, I said that we do have someone that's going to be. I have someone that's going to try to be in the courtroom on Friday if they can work it out. So we'll be getting information, because cameras won't be in the courtroom, but we should be able to get a play-by-play directly afterwards. Fingers crossed. And there are 2 hearings now from the most recent update today on his hearing, and then there's also other little news that came out today on Delphi.
Okay, so this one it's not a big article. Let's see. Judge to hear arguments this week on multiple issues in Delphi murder case involving Richard Allen. A special judge will handle multiple issues this week regarding the Delphi murder case. A hearing is set for Friday, January 13th, with Judge Fran Gull was initially set to hear the arguments on a change of venue and a gag order in the case against Richard Allen. Allen's defense attorneys requested a change of venue away from Carroll County because of the high-profile nature of the murders. A temporary gag order has been in effect since December. Gull could institute a gag order barring anyone from talking about the case until it goes to trial. Court documents bullet. Okay. The court will now hear additional arguments regarding requests made by Allen's defense counsel. According to the court ordered filed Monday on December 30th, defense lawyers filed a discovery request asking for a cavalcade. I don't know. Wow. Never seen that word in my life. Cavalcade of information, including the names and addresses of potential witnesses that the state may call. Okay. Gull will also hold a hearing on Allen's attorney request for fund additional investigators. Oh, okay. So he wants,
and that's where that's where he asked for the state to pay for his investigator because he is a public defender, which is normal, and and hopefully he is granted because that will ensure
fair trial,
and it'll take away any additional questions as far as what could lead to an appeal or something like that.
Yeah.
We want to make sure he has the same.
Yeah.
Same.
The rights that he deserves, in a sense. Indiana State Police announced an arrest on October 31st. Libby's favorite holiday. He's charged with of course, the death of Abby and Libby German. Obviously, we know that they were found on February 14th, 2017. There's our girls right there. And then it basically just says about the unspent round that they linked Richard Allen to it. He told an investigator in 2017 that he was on the trails near the Monan High Bridge, in the 2-hour window. Let's see here. The lengthy supplemental motion of discovery and request Rule 404 and 405 evidence filed on December 30th seeks the names and addresses of all witnesses, including recordings, blah, 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 you guys, on that stuff. Basically, they want everything that they have. The motion asks for statements from anyone who conducted any test, experiment, examination, or comparison made in connection with this particular case. The information includes results of physical or mental examinations of scientific tests, experiments, or comparisons, regardless of whether the state intends to use them. Attorneys, I'm not reading that. Not reading that. It's just because it's the same. It's really they basically we already knew that there was going to be about a discovery and stuff like that, and it's just a matter of that they have to hand over everything that they, want to see. Simple as that. Everything and anything.
Yeah. So we actually may see more on Friday than we had anticipated. Yeah. Because originally we thought that Friday was just going to be, kind of something where he might not even have to be in court. So I have a feeling now this is going to be a little bit more of an important 2 hearings on the same date than we had anticipated. Yeah. So starting at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Friday morning. I would not be surprised if we aren't live.
Yeah, we'll probably be live, I'm sure. You know, yeah. Are you taking that day off?
I am. I already took that. I took off the 13th already because of the hearing.
Friday the 13th.
And it's my favorite day.
Well, yeah. What's your favorite day on there? But yeah. What was I gonna say? So let me ask you guys
Everything.
something. Yeah. What do you guys think of the fact that nobody else has been charged in connection with the Delphi at this point? Do you think that there will be? Won't be? Because, you know, like that was one of the things that they were saying. I don't know. What do you think about that, Adam?
It is something that. Or is the person they're talking about already in custody? So is there a need for another arrest? I don't know. I'm speculating.
Or is he already 6 feet under?
No, I don't believe that. I don't. I'm gonna say, I don't take a stand very often. I am gonna say, if Ron Logan is implicated in court as having anything to do with this, I will eat my word.
Yeah, I was gonna say something like that. Don't say all
Because it's not. Ron Logan had nothing to do with these murders. I put my name on it.
See, I couldn't go that far.
That's how sure I am.
Yeah, and I couldn't go that far.
I'm sure I'll get crucified for it, Yeah. But
my thing is that he's definitely not the BG, obviously, but it's a matter of I don't know. I am not so willing to say that he didn't know or have knowledge, perhaps, of something. I don't know.
Why would you? I mean, let's not get into that. But I'm like,
I know.
Why would you want them on your property?
No, that I agree with. But I would never exclude him without them excluding him. Personally,
they tried their hard to pin it on him.
Well, they were trying to pin him as the BG, though.
Just think of those search warrants. Everything they took from Ron Logan's house, and not one thing implicated him to this crime.
The little jerk off didn't have to lie. Could have just said, "Why?" He's the one that caused his own demise.
He was an alcoholic that knew that if he got in trouble for driving, he would go to jail, and it's exactly what happened. It's as simple as that to me. It's oculum tracer.
Don't say a word that's too big for you.
Yeah, I try. I just play it at night when I'm tired.
Yeah. Anyways, you guys, there you go. There we go. We covered Delphi. It will be up on Friday or whatever. With Delphi, I was thinking about Delphi today and going. I couldn't force I was going to make a video and I'm like, I just can't force myself to do something that's not interesting me right now. Just sit there and
I wonder if the families will be there. I do wonder if, because this, I wonder if they're all going to be there, if they're going to be there at every hearing. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it's nice that some movement's going to come up a little bit, and again, it's been a long time for the Delphi case,
Right. And can I also mention, Flint Farmer's trial is coming up.
So funny you say that. I was actually going to put him on the thumbnail. Go ahead.
So I'm going to have a conversation tomorrow with someone that might have some insight into that. So more to come on that.
Yeah. Okay. Time to go, guys. We're hitting the 5-hour mark. You guys take care. And thank you so much for everyone that stopped by. Please hit the thumbs up.
Right. And subscribe to the channel if you don't mind. Plug the shameless plug.
And don't forget to go to CD's channel tomorrow to watch add them on there at 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And again, don't forget to tell CD to post your link. Give you that 1,000 subscribers.
Right.
All right.
And congratulate him on 4,000 subscribers.
Yeah, well, pretty soon we'll probably be congratulating him on 5,000. Yeah. Yeah. I'll say this and I'll say it again. Doesn't matter. All you have to do is be a cop, have a vest. Those channels will always succeed for the most part.
But you know what? He is one that I don't mind seeing him succeed.
Absolutely not. Exactly. You know it exactly. Right. You know, you look at Judy Ron over there, and you look at you know, Chris McDonough and all those ones, right? Because people go to them for, you know, that, you know, because they have, well, first of all, like some of them have friends and stuff like that, and the knowledge of them and cases, and obviously with the missing and the murdered comes, you know, obviously the police and stuff like that. So, you know, those channels will always grow for the most part if they're honest and with integrity and, you know, stuff like that.
Well,
so.
sometimes they're not.
And sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're not. It's correct. Anyways, you guys. Yeah, we'll have that little look between us. Sometimes not. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes they are. But anyways, you guys take care. Have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow, everyone.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Good night.